a lot of this automation, I always have used myself as the guinea pig, and many times I go to my colleagues, right, my distinguished colleagues, and say, "Hey, will you be part of my group?" And in the time, many of them said, "Guess what? No," because they said, "What will they need me for?" And I said, "If you're not outstanding, maybe they won't need you. If you're not making contributions enough. So it's interesting. So okay, so everybody, turn on your camera and we'll get going. I think I've done this. Let me do I'll do it too. I'll do my loom. Start recording. We'll see how that works out. They're telling me I have speaker notes even. I can do start recording. And each program is getting better and better as they go. It's hard to even keep up. Okay, so I'm recording. We have everything working out. Samuel, are you there? Briggs and Matthew? Sebastian, how are you doing? Do you hear me? Sebastian? Good. Okay, so how did it work out with the computers in the lab? I saw you.
There, so I wasn't able to check them all out, but for the most part, I'd say like 70% of them were working.
Okay, 70%. Okay, so, and I saw you gave the numbers to Daniel.
I did give the numbers to
Daniel, and then we'll see what Daniel says, and hopefully we can get back to the IT people, that they can make those corrections, and it won't be 70, but at least it'll be 90% working, right?
Correct.
Or 95 or 100. And then maybe, you have classes? We'll see when they finish, you know what I mean? But maybe we can check them again at a certain time. So, where they are. Okay. So, Briggs, so who would like to moderate my chat? Any volunteers today? I'm all yours today, so I'll take your lead and then I'll add what I needed to do. Where is any volunteers for class participation on moderating the chat? I'm always surprised people are reluctant on that. I would have been the first to say, "Hey, yeah, I'll do it." Not a lot of things. Okay, Soren, you have that, and who else wants to join Soren just in checking the chat, letting me know?
I can help out too.
Who was that?
Zach.
Okay, Zach, great. Thank you so much for being a participant here. Okay, so Zach and Soren, let me know. Unmic yourself and let me know. Okay, so today, what I'd like to do is do a bit more of the review for the exam. We all know that it is on Monday. I suggest you everybody get 10-15 minutes early to the exam, take your place, so we can, basically, this class is supposed to start at 3:35. We're always a little bit late here, getting everybody online, getting everybody audio, so make sure that you're available at SBA, School of Business, the second floor, in the computer lab. If you don't know where it is or not sure, I suggest you try to go there and check it out to see. Okay? So, I know Peyton had some questions on the exam. Let me just start here, and then I'll also take questions from each of you. Okay? And then I'll also go over it myself. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I want to share my screen. Everybody sees my screen. I'll go to Chrome. A lot of you were having issues with browsers, especially with Wiley, and even with Blackboard. I suggested you use Chrome. Someone yesterday, day before, had problems even uploading to their audit areas, so they weren't able to do that. Okay, so I see now everybody is on Zoom, and we're ready to go. So we know that's working. I turn off my speaker to Zoom so I don't get echoes. Okay, we're here. So what I need to do is look at the what's due section, and if I look at what's due, I see in what's due, let me turn this off so I see exactly what you see, and that is March 3rd. That is Monday. Can't believe it. This week is already March 1st on Saturday. So it basically is March 3rd in person, and it's in PPT and documents. That's not the one I want. I want PPT and documents. And I see here exam 1 review guide. So it's exam 1 review guide. Let me make sure that everybody understands. So review guide exam 1, it will cover chapters 1, TG1 and TG2. So Andrea, what chapter did you do in your Google notebook? Chapter 2. Chapter 2 or TG2?
TG2.
So in your group, make sure that your group, I saw it was said chapter 1 and 2, make sure that because we have a chapter 1, I asked you not to do chapter 1 in your group. I asked you to do TG1 and TG2. If that's the case, Andrea, just go edit it now to make sure that we have everything is clear. And that's the beauty, is you want, as a group, you want to make sure that your idea of auditing is you should be able to audit each other. Even though in this assignment you did your personal work, the whole idea of this group is that you can at least audit each other and say, hey, you know, this link didn't work. This says chapter 1. Did you review chapter 1 or was it TG1? Right? So in that case, it'll take place in SBA 204 in the PC lab. You need to come 10 minutes early for sure. Even try a little bit earlier than that. I'll be there definitely earlier. You need to make sure that you know that up to now everything was open. For this exam, both parts, it will be closed notes, closed book, closed AI software. You will only be using what we call the respondent software, and you will only be able to do the tests online. The exam, I think everybody should finish before the end of the exam. It's not like you don't know what's happening there. If you do finish early, you need to check out properly. Sebastian will be with me, right, Sebastian? And you'll be checking everybody out. You'll be physically checking everybody out. You'll show your picture ID. Because what is a pictured ID? Why am I asking? This is a good review then, in this case, Soren. What is the picture ID in controls, right, in information systems, right? What type of control is asking somebody to bring their picture ID? You're bringing yourself, right, physically. We're not going to be doing any biometrics on you, right? I'm not going to be doing any fingerprinting or anything like that on you. So the easiest way is that you have a formal pictured ID, either a cane card or a government ID, and then there's some kind of matching. There isn't, I don't know if, Sebastian, you could look up some kind of software, right, that you could do facial recognition as well. And that's what we'll be in our next, in Duo Mobile, they'll be able to do that, where they'll take your picture and check to see if you really are in the next, not in Duo Mobile, but in their Microsoft security. So what is that, Soren? Picture ID.
Affects your security and your identity.
Yeah, so it's basically, so is it going to be authentication or authorization?
Authentication.
Right. See, so it's authenticating you are who you are. Right now, you have it in the way that I see you, right? As being online, this is going to be the first time we go in person, right? That you have your name. But theoretically, right, Soren, you could have somebody, anybody could log in if they have our Blackboard, right, link and put, can you change your name in Zoom? Can you rename yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could. So in that case, what we're doing right now, Soren, right, is I'm taking, you as your word, and there's really no reason to fake it, right? Isn't it's just kind of on the thing of what we want to do in terms of cost benefit. But these are kind of the things. If now Sebastian Soren went to the lab because what? In business continuity, I know that there's going to be issues, right, with the computer. So I said beforehand, even if I tell the folks in IT, in the business school, is everything working fine? Everybody has the tendency to take the least road. And what do you think they're going to tell me? Yeah, everything's fine. And in this business, I know when they say there's no problem in terms of technology, I know as having too much experience, I know either they didn't check, right, or they just aren't aware of it, right? So in this case, I have it, even though it worked last semester was last semester, now it's today. Even what was happening 2 weeks ago may not be the same. So I had him check. So in order for me to have what I call business continuity and backup and recovery, I ask you to do what? Everyone needs to bring their laptop. You understand that, Peyton? Why?
Just in case the computers in the computer lab decide not to work.
Decide not to work. Right? Is that a possibility, Peyton? Of course. Right. It happened to me, and it is. And then all of a sudden we're stuck, and what are we going to do? And then you say, oh, I forgot to bring my laptop. I thought I was going to do it. So you need to bring your laptop, and you need to have the latest version of Respondus installed in your laptop. So guess what? So you can go immediately on to the exam. That you don't have to be spending 10 minutes looking for Respondus. And just in case. What I say in this case is there's going to be two parts of the questions. There's going to be multiple choice questions, just like the quizzes. You've taken many different types of quizzes in here, even on 2 sets. You've taken in the adaptive assignment, you took it. In the readings, they have quizzes. I've asked you could do 2 times. You could do open choice. Here it's closed. I'll give you a sample of around 60 questions. There'll be multiple choice, maybe some true false. And then this will be one part of the exam. You'll finish that up. And then once you submit, you cannot go back. Then you can open up the open-ended. There'll be up to 3 questions there. You'll answer those questions. And then when you close it, it will be submitted. You can decide, Peyton, which one you want to do first. I'm allowing you to do that. People have different learning styles, test-taking issues. Why should I make a decision for you when it really doesn't matter to me? Okay, so then I gave you terms here, and on the terms, Peyton, I'll let you go first. What term were you not familiar with? Faster, cheaper, mini? This?
Yeah, I couldn't look up.
Yeah, so basically, what are the trends? Basically, this should say, and then maybe we should put that in. Sebastian, you can even put a note to Daniel. I can see when we said characteristics of hardware, faster, cheaper, smaller, in the way, in footprint, maybe it's trends. What are the trends in the future of hardware? Right? Think about NVIDIA. You remember we talked about that, where they were doing those GPUs. Why is that stock went up so much? Why are they so popular in the news? Is because they're basically doing the chipsets, and they're basically doing not only the CPUs, but what we call the GPUs, the graphical processing units. And what do you think they are? Are they getting faster? Yes. Cheaper in the way that they're going to be less in price in the terms of the features that you have. So even think about, you know, the next phone that you buy, Peyton, the next laptop you buy is going to be faster. It may be in price, not less expensive, but for the features you are, right, it's going to be less. The footprint is going to be less. Now, the whole idea of AI is, what do we need? We have to have then more RAM in that primary storage and larger secondary storage to have that as well. So our RAM has to be greater. Our secondary storage gets greater. Are they smaller? Yes. Per gigabyte or per terabyte, they are less expensive, where I call it cheaper. You understand? So what are the trends? So you could look up, in that case, trends in hardware characteristics. Yes, no?
Yeah, I just did that, and it's saying there's an increased focus on energy efficiency, advanced processor architectures, and the implementation of AI in the 2022.
Yeah, and what are the characteristics of the hardware? Right, they're building in it, so what do they need in the hardware? In order to run AI models, what do they need?
It's saying they're physical, so they have a limited lifespan, and they're able to be categorized as internal or external.
What is categorized as internal and external? What is it?
The CPU and the memory is internal, and then the external is like the keyboard and the mouse.
Right, and also you could have even secondary storage, right? Is that you could have secondary storage be attached to outside your computer as well, right? So all of that is increases. I want to do it faster. The whole idea is, right, Peyton, is what is this whole thing, this run on AI is supposedly I can do it faster, cheaper, and more effective, right? The whole idea where people are saying, oh, you won't lose their job. I'm saying, Peyton, a lot of jobs will be eliminated. I'm not so naive, but what? But Peyton, if you want to have a job, you want to be able that you're proficient enough with technology that you can work along with it. That I can say, hey, Peyton, you can do a job. Basically, you don't want to do the repetitive part of the job. Let the computer do it, and you can use your natural intelligence and your creativity to come up with it. So those are the skills. What else? I'm gonna. You get, as we say, first dibs. What other questions do you have for me? And then we'll use it as a review. Is that it? Peyton?
That's all for me.
Okay, that's all for you. So these are basically the ones that you needed to do. So as I said before, these are ways. What other, in this case, I'll share it in a minute. So what other, are there any other questions that I need to deal with? Otherwise, I'll continue. So Ali, yes.
For the multiple choice, do you think most of the questions are going to be like definition, or are they going to be scenario based?
Both. So Christian, both. So you'll need to know how to apply it. You know, like let's think about Christian. I appreciate. What is your major, Christian? I forgot.
Marketing, finance.
Marketing and finance. And why did you choose marketing with finance?
I chose marketing first, and then like people around me told me that it would be good to have finance, just to kind of understand like how people talk about business.
Okay, and then what do you want to do in marketing? Sales. Okay, you feel, and think about, do you think AI can help you in sales?
I think AI is definitely going to make like digital marketing a lot better.
And basically do what? Get you closer. It's sales that you're going to do to customers, right? So if I think about sales, what do I want to do? I want to get to know. if you want to know, number one, being able to know what certain people want or need, right? Just like targeted marketing, right? What you're interested in may not be what I'm interested in, right? So it'd be wasted, to target us. But also, it may be able to figure out what I need more that I'm not even aware of. If I'm buying, just like Peyton said, I want to do AI modeling. So I want a CPU that is going to be more powerful. I want more RAM. And then Peyton may say, what? Ask that the bot may ask you, Christian, what? Ask about a GPU. Because in order to process AI, you need GPUs. And then maybe, what else should you ask? Well, you're probably going to need more storage capability, secondary storage, right? So the bot be able to do it. And then it may be also, maybe it won't be enough. We'll have to subscribe for cloud services. So these will possibly be questions. Same thing with database. Why database is going to be important, right? That I'll need to be able to search and know my customers well. In terms of students, right? I'll need to know, in terms of that, my students well, their needs in order, let's say, for retention or recruiting. Let's say we're going to put you in sales. You're so good and you know the university environment, Christian, that will make you in charge of recruitment at the university, and you'll try to figure out then who will be our best students to recruit. There's characteristics of our students and being able. So possibly those examples would be, thinking about if we wanted to look at all of our records, we wanted to know basically to distinguish, I'm looking for then someone that has, in the School of Business, that has a GPA greater than 3.7 and is a finance and marketing major. So I would need to be able to find that. And if I needed to find that, the question is, what's the difference? Then I would need to search, and I would need to have, if I wanted to find a specific student, it would be done by what key? That it would be unique, and that's called what? A primary key, right, Christian? So that primary key, and then you would say I could give you a number of tables and say, which one would be, what's the difference between a primary key and a secondary key? Christian? Primary is what?
Primary key is individual.
Right, and unique. That Christian Antonio Vares is not, there could be other people with that name, right? Not many. You have you're not Eduardo Gonzalez, that may be easier, right? But you have it, and then you have your middle name as well, and so, but it's possible, right? That's not necessarily unique, right? There's other Vareses in the world possibly. So in this case, what's going to be unique? I have to give you some kind of unique key to find exactly you. And secondary are combining, and then I can put you in tables. So there's a combination. You need to know what the definition is and also how it can be applied, just not the wording of it. And the good part in the multiple choice is that it's going to give you hints, right? That first of all, you can eliminate, right? A versus C versus B versus D. But also you want to make sure, Christian, that you read the question carefully, because it's easy. Even my best students tend to just not read the question well. Like some of the alternatives are similar, or how it has not, or it says maximize or minimize, and you read it the other way. So I suggest you, if you have the time, reread it. What else? Any other questions before I go and review? So what do we got here? So what did we have in Jasper and It's, Sophia. Well, I don't see Sophia so much. So we don't see them. Okay. Anything else? Juan Carlos. Anything? Did you even review? Did you even look at it? You can be honest too, and say I didn't have time. What?
I mean, I didn't like study it fully yet, but I glanced over
You glanced over it, and what did you think when you glanced?
I mean, it's a lot, but a lot of things stood out. So like a lot of things we talked about in class.
Okay. So basically, those are the things. How would I study? Maybe, Juan, you want to know that? How I would study is, number one is I would go through the PowerPoints anyways. You know, you have the PowerPoints to go through. I would look at those. I would go through, you know, you had those multiple choice, you know, and the quizzes. Did you do the quizzes where you could be able to take it twice? Juan?
Yeah, I did.
So what I would do is I would look at that, but not look at the answers on that. I would look at the adaptive assignment ones. You know what else I would do is see these reading and assignments here on the Wiley. You see the Wiley Plus in the beginning here? This is Wiley Reading and Adaptive. You see this? Did you see that? I don't know if you have the same. You want to look on yours to see, because I'm the instructor here. But if I look at computer resources, let's say, let's look at, right, managing data, database approach. I'm just picking one out, random. You know, you have, you know, definitely, you know, when it talks about the data hierarchy, you know, what are the differences here. And then you have something like this, right? When I have try again, what does a database represent? So this is a database representing the contents of the data hierarchy. So where is it, Juan Carlos? Where is a database? When it says a single character, what is a single character in a data hierarchy? What is that called?
Like a 0 or a 1?
Well, that's not a character. Even though a 0 and 1, that's what's confusing. A 0 and 1 is basically a bit, which is just on and off. Even though it looks like a character, right, of 0 and 1. But a single character is basically what, Christian? In the data hierarchy, what's that called? A byte. And they basically, if I think about Juan Carlos, if you think about under Juan Christian, how many bytes does he have in his first name? 4, right? Not a big deal, right? But they're just kind of showing you how the computation of the data works. And then if we have a logical group of characters, so let's think about really a lot of times a logical group of characters, logical grouping of characters would be what? And then it's a record is what? If I think about a spreadsheet, Christian, what is a record in a spreadsheet where it has rows and columns? The record is the rows. Right, exactly. The record is the rows in our, basically in the spreadsheet. Because what? You are, if I had my my student grade book, that could be really an applied thing. If I have a student grade book, each student's basically data is what? In one row, which is a record. So if I had 35 students take the exam, I would have how many records? 35 records. And then a logical grouping of characters, then the columns in the spreadsheet would be what? I'd start off with maybe with student ID that the university gets, last name, first name, test 1, test 2, let's say. Those are called what? They're called attributes. A lot of times they're called fields. that are groups. And then a logical grouping, then so what do you think then a database is? So if I have files that we know, basically a file is like a sheet, right, Christian? A file is a sheet. I have that, and then I have some other ones that it could possibly be in your other classes, right? Could be. So what is the correct answer? You're on a roll, Christian. A database represents, so I know the database large. I know it's not a single character, right? I know it's not, the database is not just what? The J.
File.
What? Let's see. So indeed, logical, submit answer, right? And then it gave me a check, right? So I know that even on this thing, but it's good to have understanding rather than guessing. You know, there may be even questions that are very similar to others, but you don't want to be in a situation of studying, Christian, that you memorized just the questions and then it says what is not a database or whatever, you know, or they have different answers there. But if you understand it, that is the key. So the hierarchy, you can think about it, that hierarchy you see here is the bits, that's where it is the zeros and one. And do you see that one? That the byte then is the J, the M, the K, and notice that I have here, I have a student database, right, and I have a faculty database, and I can combine those, you know, tables together. So you can see a logical grouping of related fields then, such as comprises then that record. And then you know that then those fields, right, is a logical grouping of characters into a word. And here it's logical, right, is called a field. Right? So you have those. So this is one way, and here's a relational database, is basically you have keys then. So look at this one, Christian, you're on a roll, right? You looked at that and all of a sudden, what could I say? What turns out to be the primary key? Christian.
Sorry, what was that? My AirPods just died.
Yeah, are they there now?
Yep.
What is the primary key?
The primary key is the student ID.
Yeah, easy when you know it. Easy student. But you knew that anyways before this class, but you didn't know it was called primary key. A lot of these terms, you knew this was a row, right? You knew that if I asked you, Christian, why don't you be my student teaching assistant in training this semester? Next year you be my teaching assistant. And I said, you know what? Sebastian and Daniel, they do a lot of the grading. Create for me a spreadsheet, right? You would know to put student name and what is the problem here? If I ask to critique this, what is this? Why is this not good, Christian? What would be the critique? What's the problem with this? If I asked you, I showed you this table, what's the problem? How could you improve this table?
Maybe first name, last name.
Exactly. Make how many? Do what? Take one field and make it what? I want you to use the language in which we studied.
Take one field and make it two
fields.
Files.
2 fields. Break it, and not 2 files. Break it down. Just break it down, and you would know how to do it in a spreadsheet, right? I make it two field. Make this one field. Make it into 2 fields. Why? Because later on, I want to sort by last name and then by student name. This would take a lot longer. I don't want to. That's what I usually want to do. Or I want to sort by student ID, or I want to sort by student ID and my secondary be by major. Right? And then notice here, I probably have major 1 and major 2. Because what are you? It's not just finance. I want finance and marketing as a possibility. So I would never find you if somebody was given a scholarship and say, hey, we're doing a new internship and we're giving $10,000 for somebody that wants to work with digital marketing and also has a finance background. I would never be able to find you here. Right? And I don't want to be, and it was just by accident, and then next semester, oh, I forgot that student's name. Yeah, what was it? You know? And they probably wouldn't be asking me, they'd be asking somebody else that never had you in the class or whatever. And the whole idea of a database is what? We want to basically have a way that maximizes here, that we don't want to be in a data silo. What does that mean? That only I get that information, other people can get that information about majors, primary major, secondary major, they're equal majors. How many can you do here at the university, you know? I don't. But you know, whatever it could, maybe, do I need to make it tertiary that people can have 3? Do you know anybody, Christian, that does 3 majors? Do they allow it? Yes?
I mean, as long as you pay for multiple years, I think you can do as many majors.
Okay, so you may be even doing at least 3 put in, you know? That it may be a way. So that's another thing of designing it in advance. And guess what? Later on, when you have the data, then how is AI going to help? AI then will help you with the analytics part. And then basically do the campaign. Okay, now send out those letters to all those people that have finance, primary and secondary marketing with GPAs greater than 3.5. And their graduation date after, 2026 or whatever. So that, did I answer your questions? And that those are ways in which you want to be able to do it, to check your understanding of it. Another way that you can look at it, if I do my computer resources, then when I go into it, I can also choose this, the area of managing data. I can learn about the difficulties of managing data and take that on and think which of the following data sources can be classified as data streams. So streaming that data is corporate data, reproduction, point of sale data, company documents, and let's say even I just pick one, right, of point of sale, and it says yes. But I want to be able to know, not that you just guess, but figure out why is this point of sale and why is it not reports, databases, and documents. And if you ask that, Andrea, why is point of sale the right answer and not corporate data? This all looks like data to me. What is unique about point of sale data that is in corporate databases, government, and company?
Because it's more specific. It's for one thing. Corporate databases has information from the entire corporation. Government reports is multiple types of reports, and company documents. It's too broad. Point of sale is more direct, and that's why it's like data.
But what is it? But what's the word stream mean? That it's continuous. Does my point of sale data, is it going to be a data stream, or is it just going to be one point of sale? What does point of sale mean? When you go to Publix, right, any grocery store, right, when you can even do your own scanning, right, of your item. I take whatever it is, some milk, I scan it or whatever. I go to CVS. Remember how they have in CVS, they have half those terminals don't work half the time, right? And they have to always have somebody come and unclick it, and then they give you this long roll. But what does point of sale mean? That every transaction that comes through, it's like a stream. Think about like streaming. Why do they call it streaming? Because my data's continuing. When I'm streaming now, it's just not one point. It's a stream of data. It's continuous. The government report happened already. One report, it's there. The corporate databases is what? It happened already. But the point of sale data, it's almost, think about what else is a data stream. in this case? Like Wall Street, right? Have you ever seen basically the tickers that go through? Is that just one? I asked you, what is, if the market is open, right, at, let's say, in a country, and let's say it's 3 o'clock, the market is still open, there's a stream of data that keeps on going through, right? Every time you blink your eyes, another, basically, the ticker could be changing. That's a stream of data. So the NASDAQ has its streaming. Each of those symbols has streaming. So does that make sense? When you think about data stream, and the whole idea of data governance is what? At the university, and this is good because we'll have it, in this case, Peyton, data governance, it means this. We're the university, right? Does the university have data? Sure they do. And they have data on different constituents. I'm faculty, they have data on me. They have data on basically everything about me. They basically also have, I have a C number just like you have a C number. They have what? They have my address, they have my degrees that I've had, right? They have what department I am. They have the history, right, of where I've been at other universities, where I have it. They have my vita. They have a number of the publications that I've written, the awards that I've given, what classes I teach. They have what my salary is, right? What do they think about? The numerous things that they have. Think about the students. What kind of data you have? Think about just yourself. Does the university have data? You're right. They have all your demographics. They have your GPA. They have, you know, your records, even when you applied, whether you did tests, whether you didn't, your GPA. They have continuing at the registrar, right? They know when you did. What is your major, Peyton, again?
I'm in real estate.
Real estate. So from the business school, from the real estate department, all of that they have. Can you imagine having to manage all that data? But they do, right? Because what do they have to do? They have to give you grades. They have to give you opportunities. Every organization, and this is called what? An enterprise. It's different. Even you have to store your own data, right? You have to know where your cards are. You have to know where your data is, your bank accounts, things like that. We have to do on a personal level, and then think about it as we go up. The more we get, we have to keep track. So what do we have? We have what they call data governance. Why is that so important? Is that we want not only to store your data, but across the entire organization. That when they're in housing, they have the same information that when they're at the health center, versus when they're from the department in real estate, versus what Dr. Rush has on you. I have some of the same information. Some of it is mine, and we don't want it, so it's basically, there has to be a set of processes and policies to handle that in a well-defined manner. We don't want to have people sitting there and writing it with pen and paper. Of course not. But even if we had it in terms of just digitally storing it, we got to find a ways to do it that we can handle it, and then we can protect your information. So this is so important. We take it for granted, but there has to be unambiguous rules for how do you create it, how do you collect, what am I going to collect on you? Some of it is personal that I have no business having. I don't need to collect on you. Should I collect on you all your social media, what you post? You know, there may be things that you don't want to be collecting on it. How I handle it. If I have your credit card information, you've bought something on campus ever with your credit card, the university has captured that. They better handle it correctly, and they better protect it. They should be protecting your GPA. Not everybody has business knowing it. Have you ever been to the health center here, Peyton?
I have, yeah.
You have. There's something called HIPAA. There's health protection. Not everybody has any business knowing about you. Even when I get notes from people that claim, you have to go to class at a certain time, you're sick, they never write, Peyton Everett has this and this problem, right? They keep that. They just say, she came to us, and whether you want to share it with me, that's your business. But I have no right to have it, and then they could possibly, they could get fines. They could be out of business if they're sharing their health information. So these are areas in which you want to do. So basically, people are authorized to it. So you have what they call data governance. Who's in charge? So they basically make certain people in the university, their role is to decide who takes care of your data. In the School of Business, there should be somebody taking care of your data, and then they should be able to share it, that it doesn't have to be duplicated. So that's the key. And what they call about is what they call master data management. And in master data management is ability, I have to know how to store it. I have to know how to maintain it well. I have to make sure that it's up to date. And then I can exchange it. If you go to the university health center, and let's say, where are you from originally? Peyton.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm originally from Seattle, Washington.
So, and your family lives there. And let's say you go back, right, to Seattle, Washington, and let's say you hurt yourself here and you're going back at the end of the semester or in spring break or whatever. Basically, there should be a way that the health center should be able to exchange that data properly in a secure fashion to basically your doctor in Seattle. Wouldn't that make sense? You don't want to take your file, and you could say, hey, give me all my files, download it or put it in the cloud. That's a good opportunity. Or you can get to, you have my chart, right, that you could give doctors permission to do it. But there should be a way in which exchange of information. And it may be just from your chart, you can then allow your doctors to see your chart, but that you say, hey, I don't have my x-rays or whatever. So in that case, is a process in which they're able to do it, and what they call it is single version of truth. That when I think about it, Peyton, there should be, when I see your demographics, there should be one place that we say, yes, I can rely on that. That is true. Even though now, how we say, everybody has their own truth, you know what I mean? But in database terms, it's not in terms of politics or anything. It's in terms of, if there's information about you, it should be a single version. That's what we are going to, and that's called the master data. That's the core. That's about my customer, like my student, all their data, that I can rely on it. So these are areas in which you can think about in managing my data. So after managing my data source, I have something called data warehouse versus data marts. And so when I have data warehouses and data marts, the first thing I want to think about then, Andrea, is this. Is that in a data warehouse, they all have the word data in it. Is that historical data, present data, or forecasted data?
In data warehouse, you're asking?
Data warehouse and data marts. It's the same.
Historical data?
Historical. Why is that important? That if we were selling, let's say, cars, Andrea, right? We were a car dealership, and what we want to do is we want to sell, let's say, we want to sell high-end cars for our students. Maybe we'll set it up that we'll deliver our cars. We'll do a thing that will deliver the most expensive cars. We'll deliver it on campus. Every beginning of the semester, we do that. I have an inventory database of how many cars I have. Is that a data warehouse?
Yes.
Yeah, think about it. It's an inventory of the cars I have now, and when a student wants to buy it, let's say, what's in the car that you like? Pick a car, doesn't matter.
I don't know, let's say Tesla.
Okay, a Tesla, the high-end Tesla, right? You want to have an accurate inventory of what that Tesla, what you have in inventory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is that inventory historical, present,
Present,
or
present.
present? So you answered your own question.
Yeah.
So that's what you have to do. When Christian was asking about that, Christian, that's what you have to do. Is you have to think to yourself. Imagine to yourself, she's talking about inventory. I have an inventory database. That has to be what? Up to date and has to be present. It can't be forecast that we're expecting. Maybe later on they say, you know, we're out of Teslas. Let me see when in the future, when I'm supposed to get delivery, right? But last month I had 100 cars, 100 Tesla. Who cares, right? I want the Tesla now, Andrea, or else I'll go somewhere else. So a data warehouse and a data mart, what's the purpose of them is to basically take my data that I have and to make some hypothesis about my data, and I can get some insights about my data. In order to do that, let's say about students, I want to see who turns out to be, when they graduate, the most successful students. What major did they have? What type of courses did they take? Were they involved in any activities? Wouldn't that be important to know? Because it would be important. Who would be an ideal student to succeed here? Because you know what? If I were the president here, I would want to have the students that could be most successful. Why? It would give me a better brand. Also, I could reach out if Andrea, you became, the CEO of a tech company or something. I could come back and say, Andrea, come back and give us a lecture. Andrea, come back and maybe motivate my students in the business school. Andrea, come back, and then maybe we'll donate. You want a building with your name on it, and we'll put your name on the top, right? All of that. I want a data warehouse and data mart to be able to do it. So when I describe it in general, and we'll see here, is a data warehouse then is a repository of historical data, because I'm not using it ever for inventory. Maybe what it will be is for our senses. Later we'll historical and we'll think about who bought our Teslas. What were the types of students that bought our Tesla? Were they finance majors? Were they pre-med majors? Were they from the Northeast? Were they from Washington State? Were there Latin American students? Were there my European students? Then I want it in terms of putting all that data in a warehouse, but it's not a warehouse of a physical warehouse, it's a data warehouse. Think about it, I'm storing my data that I'm not going to be using in real time. And I'm going to basically do it. And a data mart is taking a subset of that data. Maybe I'll put all my student information in that data warehouse, and a subset of data mart will be only my business students, and we'll look at who are freshmen. And I want to see what types of services should I have given my freshmen if I would have given them more, I don't know, let's say more lectures from the outside world, or more internships, or more mentorships, would they have been more happy? You got that? That's a data mart. It's smaller. So when you think about what is it, it's organized by business, by subject. We use online analytical processing. It's online. That's going to be the case. It's transaction based. What is a transaction? So if it's like for my past customers selling data, each of my sales in the past of all my Teslas is a transaction. It's integrated, and basically it's like a time variable. We can maintain by the month. It may be not worth it to know about what happened last year because the market's changing. A lot more people maybe want Teslas than they did before. They want electric cars. It's non-volatile. What does non-volatile mean? We see that all the time in the tests. What does non-volatile mean? Peyton, what does non-volatile mean? I have non-volatile in terms, RAM is not non-volatile. What does it mean? What does volatile mean? That it changes. Non-volatile means it stays the same. If you don't know that term, put it in your notes. Of non-volatile means that users cannot change or update the data. Right? Therefore, the warehouse reflects, you know already, Andre, this is going to be like second nature to you. You know already it's historical data. And what am I going to look for? Identifying and analyzing trends. What is it about, Peyton, about my freshman class or my sophomore class? Tell me the trends. And it seems like now everybody wants to do digital. I'll find out. Or even I'll look at maybe my graduates, my recent graduates at the university, and I'll try to find out, get some data from them to find out what kind of classes did they find most useful. What do they wish they would have learned in school? And it maybe say, you know what, it was too much lecture and it was not enough hands-on, or it wasn't enough digital. We didn't talk enough about AI, and all of a sudden I'm doing this. So here, the primary purpose of a data warehousing in an organization is to support online transaction processing, store data for the short term, support business analytics processes, enable users to change and update the data. Well, I know it's not to change and update the data, right? I just said that, right? So in this case, store data for short term, support business analytics, support transactions. So let me submit. And it said it is correct, because that's really the purpose. The purpose is not and notice here, the purpose, you see this, Juan Carlos? You have to read the question. It says primary purpose. So it may be able to store the data, but the primary purpose is to be able to make decision making based on my data. Hey, I should recruit more from the Northeast. Hey, I should take more people that want to do, I should give more mentorship. Get more mentors in the community, or whatever it is, for checking your understanding. So these are the cases, and here are the questions. Okay? Did that help, Andrea? So this is how I would do. I would go through some of that. I would go through it and try to understand it. Not definitely like you did, Peyton. It's first go through all those terms, make sure you know all those terms, and then practice with multiple choice questions. And then even you can put all those terms into, it'd be interesting, Thomas, in Google LM. And see what it'll come back and give me a podcast of how I should study. I have 60 questions, that I'm going to do. And the open-ended. What else? Thomas, you have anything else you want me to look at?
No, I think that's everything.
Yeah, I think so. It's pretty straightforward. You know what I mean? And those open-ended questions, you see those. Nothing is new there, right? We discussed it, whether it was our exercises or was it what we discussed in the theory part. So, in this case, Sebastian, you want to open up attendance, or you want me to do it? I don't care either way.
I can do it.
Yeah, okay. So you can do the open attendance. And if you need any more questions from me or anything like that, you're welcome to. That's good, Peyton. You can use the glossary at the end of the Wiley book, finding definitions. Right. You can. I don't care where you get it from, Peyton. You can use AI. You can the glossaries ways. There's so many different ways to do it. But just, go. And you know what, Peyton, is you can also, I don't mind, you can take that and then you can study with one another too. Go back and forth with it. There's flashcards. There's a number of different ways in which you can get that information. You can look at even the multiple choice that you can look at your group. Can you look at other multiple choice from other groups? You're able, right? In the role that you have for the audit area, you can see other people's questions that it came up. And then you can kind of focus on why didn't I get it right? Just memorizing it. And then you can also, by going into your grades, can you see your multiple choice questions, Peyton, that you did before?
Yes, yeah, on the recent audit one you're talking about. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about when you take it from your regular, you remember the quizzes you had to take in the regular section?
Oh, yes.
Have you looked at those?
Yeah, it took me a minute, but you can go back and view previous attempts.
How?
And if you got it wrong, it can still see, it will still
Right,
tell you.
I think you just
There's
click.
a blue, yeah.
Okay, so you can look at your previous question. That's a good one. Right there I would start off with, Especially look at the questions that you got wrong. Or sometimes you just guessed, Or sometimes you looked it up but you really didn't understand it. So this way, and just go through it and see, do you understand it? Just like Christian said. But a lot of it, you could have the similar questions. My main thing for this semester, for this part of the semester, is that you understand the terms. You understand, Peyton, when we were talking about you, and then we'll do more and more projects. Because I think that's really what you want to take away from it. This exam, I think it's 20%. What is it, 20%? I think this exam, and all our other projects are even more than that. But I think it's good that you have, the concepts. But what do people want, really, Andrea, is, I think, knowing how to use a lot of this, right? But it's a good idea to start where they say, hey, a data where, and then the AI can keep a lot of this where Peyton said, oh, I wouldn't want to have that job. A lot of that, the AI should be helping us in terms of the data, right? Keeping the data, keeping it up to date. Okay? Anything else? So everybody got the number. It's 4965. Sebastian, if you can be so kind and put that in the chat and stop, and then stop sharing, and then everyone can take off. If you need to see me, please stay with me. If you have any questions, accommodations, I'll accommodate anyone in the class. I think I spoke to a number of you that needed special accommodations. I'll be happy to accommodate any way that you need in the class. Okay, so Samuel, what's up? Do you have a question, Samuel? Does he hear me?
Alright, were you saying something?
Yeah, I was saying, do you have any questions?
No, I'm trying to switch into Chrome because my attendance isn't working.
Okay, maybe Sebastian can put you in if you're having issues. Sebastian, can you be so kind and help him out here? Sometimes.
Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, Dr. Rush.
Thank you, and looking forward to see you in person, huh? That'll be a treat too, right? Maybe not. Or maybe it'll be enough. Jael, how can I help you, my dear?
Hi, Dr. Rush.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Well, sort of.
Sort of. So what's going on?
I don't know if the dean of students sent you an email. She
No.
was supposed to meet my other teachers.
No, I didn't get anything.
You didn't?
No. Not that maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe she sent it right away. Tell me what it is, or maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe I just missed it or something, but I don't recall anything.
I've just been reaching out to all my teachers to accommodate me because I'm currently, it's kind of a private.
Okay, Sebastian, I think I'm finished with you, right?
Yeah, I'll see you on Wednesday. next Monday, guys.
But you know what I would like to do is get together. Let me just finish with Sebastian, and then we can do it. Is Sebastian, get with Daniel. I'll meet him later on today, and get with him that if we need to do anything with the lab or something to check, other than that. And then I'll see you at 3:15.
3:15.
Yeah, you have a class before this?
No, I work till 2, but traffic shouldn't be that bad, so I should be there by 3.
Okay, traffic is always bad. I went yesterday. Jesus, I'm telling you, my traffic to go across US 1 traffic is bad. You know what I mean?
Horrific.
It's horrific. So where are you coming from?
Close to US 1, kind of where US 1 ends.
US 1 ends where?
Not by an end, but like by 104, where the expressway ends.
Oh, okay. So just give yourself time, because you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. It's always bad, but anyways, we'll manage. Okay, we'll see you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thanks. Always the need to know, right, Janelle? So what? How can I help? What is the issue of what I need to know? I don't need to know all your. You know what I'm saying? You share what you feel comfortable with, but how can I accommodate you? That's the question.
It's just something happened with me.
Okay.
Last, and it's kind of a legal issue.
Okay.
But because the guy wasn't a student, I can't conduct a case through the actual school, so it's more of like a out there issue.
I feel for you. So that maybe whenever you want to discuss it, and if you don't want to discuss it, that's up to you. My question is, what is my role in this? You know what I mean? I know that it must be traumatic for you. So you're having an exam. So what's the issue here? And you're taking courses. Are you full time?
Full-time student, press involvements, and it was annoying that happened because I was literally.
When did this happen? This event?
Over a week ago. Last week, not last week Sunday, but like think of last week Monday, the day before.
Oh, recently. This is not a. Oh, wow.
And this was an old issue. I would just keep it pushing, but.
Okay. Anyway, so what can I do? Whatever this is, you know what I mean. That's you don't need to share. But what? So we're having. So is it about the exam? We're having an exam on Monday. Are you going to be prepared for that? Is that the issue?
I don't know if I am because of just everything that's been happening. Like on top of that, now that's on my plate, and I'm trying to schedule counseling services, and that's to go back home. Also to speak with my parents.
And where's home for you?
Fort Lauderdale. It's not far.
Okay.
So
So it's
that's
not.
fine.
Okay. So we have an exam, right? We have it in. The good part is we have it in person. You know what I mean? I think that's so you have me there. That if you have any question, you can say, "Hey, Dr. Rush, this is not clear." But I think you have. And how do you know anybody in the class that you can work with, or that's not an issue?
Not really. Just my group.
Yeah, I mean your group. And how was your group?
Well, I mean, I'm always the first to get things done. I don't
Good.
know if you've seen.
I see. Yeah, I forgot. But anyways, so how can I help you? What do you want from me? You understand? How can we work together here? You know what I mean? I have so many. You know what I mean? I'm not. You have a lot on your plate. I agree, but let's be specific here. What would you like from me?
Is there a way to like accommodate the exam? I don't want to push it back.
I don't want to pay. You know what? Let's do this. This is my advice to you. Take the exam. Be prepared for the exam. You know what the open-ended question. You know what they are already. I don't know. You know what I mean? When I used to take exams, a lot of times I had no idea what the question. You know what those open-ended questions are.
Yeah.
Those multiple choice. Have you taken the quizzes?
Yeah, I've taken all the quizzes, the adaptive.
Okay, so go through all the. You know how I would do it? go through all the quizzes, because guess what? A lot of the quizzes that you took will be very familiar on the exam. They may even be.
Are you talking about ones like in the textbook or the ones that you assigned on Blackboard?
I signed on Blackboard.
Okay, so just, okay.
Those quizzes, remember you could take them twice?
Yeah.
A lot of those questions you'll see again.
Okay.
So let's, you know what I mean? Sometimes I know it's traumatic, and I know, I'm not going to be counseling you. You know what I mean? Not my role right now. You know what I mean? That can be for another, you know what I mean? That's not my position. But let's concentrate on how we can get through this. Definitely we don't want to delay it. You know what I mean? You want to move on. Also, it's only 20% of your grade. There's a lot, and you've done your homeworks, I think, right? You've done them on time, like all the Zoom and the notebook and stuff like that. So I would just be, I know it's hard, you know what I mean? But all I can say is, let's take the exam. You already know what the open-ended are. There'll be 2 to 3 questions of those open-ended. Write it, you know what I mean? Be prepared as if you were taking it, so hey, I just have to go through that. The other part is I give you all those terms will be on the exam, on the multiple choice. Start off with the multiple choice that you have already.
So if I just know all those terms and the open-ended, I'm fine?
Yeah. You're making it more than it is. You know what I mean? And it's not like you never in class. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I'm the big slacker in the class. You're the opposite. You know what I mean? I know you know what I mean? And sometimes, I don't want to, sometimes you just gotta almost, sometimes you can't. That's it. But, you almost have to separate it and say, hey, this is doable. And it's not like you don't have any time. And what I would do is just that. The open-ended questions, be prepared for that open-ended questions. You know what they are. And then you can decide how you want to take the test. You decide, should you do the multiple choice first or do the open-ended first? And you make that decision. Some students say, hey, I want to take the multiple choice because it's like not pressure. Even if I don't know the exact thing, I can guess. I think it's between B and C. I got, already a good chance to get it, and I remember, and then I can do the open-ended. Or if you say, hey, I got this all in my mind, I want to do the open-ended first, you can do that and then do the multiple choice. You'll have time. You won't be, you know what I mean? It's not going to be so stretched. 60 questions is pretty quick. And a lot of those questions you've seen already. So I'm not there to trick you. I'm not there to, you know what I mean? I just want to get that part over with. It's when I always tell students, remember how I always say nobody cares what you got on the multiple choice in the real world. What can you do, Janelle, to you know what I mean? What can you do to be more efficient to do that? And it's more fun, in my opinion, right? And how were the open and the exercises? Did you learn anything from them?
Which ones?
Just like we did the Zoom, we did the Notebook LM.
The Zoom is so fun. The Notebook LM one, the chapter 4 is obviously, it's just my favorite. Because, I don't know, something about knowing all the malfunctions of technology.
Great.
And just the deceit in technology.
Great, perfect.
I find that appealing than just the regular information.
Good, great, fantastic. So you know more than you think you do. But I don't want you to, you understand, take it and then you know what? Be prepared for it. You know how the preparations. And then afterwards, we'll talk about it. Something kind of, be there. You understand? You're telling me ahead of time too, which kudos to you. You understand? So, you know what I mean? What?
I usually like to.
No, but I'm just saying you're telling me ahead of time, so it's not going to be like one of those students, that we never saw before in class, and then, coming up with stories. You know how some of those kids are,
I also like Sebastian. He's basically my emergency contact. I always text him.
So that's what I'm saying. Isn't that great? You know what I mean? So if you have a question or something, text Sebastian and say, hey, I'm not sure about this question. That'd be great. You know, that's what. And he was in your position, just last semester. So it's new for him. You know what I mean? So he knows what the exams are like. You know what I mean? He's not going to give you the answers, but you know what I mean in terms of that. But if you have a question, hey Sebastian, blah blah blah, isn't that great? That's why I got the idea. And a lot of times students are even more comfortable talking to another student than a professor. But I appreciate it. So whatever it is, I wish you the best. You know, understand? But I know deep in my heart you can do it. And then later on you'll deal with it. You know what I mean? And I know but just kind of sometimes you need to just, you know, I hate to tell you this, but sometimes when you focus on like studying and stuff, it's better for you too. You know what I mean? Because if you go down that other route, you know what I mean? It gets your mind off of it. It's not. I'm not saying that is how you're going to deal with your. You know what I mean? With some horrible situation, but sometimes you can get through it because you just kind of, how people compartmentalize and get through it. And you're alive. You're here. You know what I mean? I'm not diminishing it. You know what I mean? But there's some gratitude putting in there, and that. What can I say? You seem to me as a strong woman.
Thank
You know what I mean?
I really appreciate that.
You know what I mean? That we can do it. You know what I mean? And we got to. We all have issues we have to face. None of it. You know what I mean? Life isn't fair and it isn't thing, but you'll deal with it. And that's one dealing. You told your advisor. You told everybody. You know what I mean? I have to get to my next class, but I'll see you on Monday. Keep in touch with Sebastian. Text him. Come early so you're not rushed. Get a good seat in the, you know what I mean, where you are. And when you take it, you'll say, "Hey, I'm prepared." That's all you can do. You're prepared, and if you and it's not like, "Oh my God, I got so many. There's so many pages here." We concentrate. These are know those terms and know those questions, those open-ended questions. What else is there? Nothing. There won't be any surprise. It's not. I'm not going to trick you on doing other questions. I don't want to waste my time and your time. I value your time. I value my time.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you.
Okay.
I'll see you Monday.
See you Monday. And then if you want a hug, we can do that at the end. Okay. At the end, but do it after the test, not before.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. You get that out of the way, and then I'll be happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Ciao.
Ciao.
Jared, I hope you feel better. But I give you permission.
Thank you.
It's going around big time here.
Yeah.
When did you get it?
I woke up this morning feeling really gross.
Okay. Did you go to the health center or no?
Not yet. I just woke up from a nap.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You may want to do that. See if, tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
Wear a mask when you go to the health center. I think everybody else is
Yeah.
going there too. That's one of the things I don't even want to go to the health center. You know what I mean? Even just for blood work, I'm thinking everybody there is coming with something. You know what I mean? So, anyways, but you're welcome. Yeah, that's the one good thing about this class. You know, that even if you're kind of half out of it, at least you can listen. You know, and then you can look at the recording afterwards. You know, so that's it. So let's have the others turn on your cameras and we can start kind of discussing things where we are. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Very good. Did you look at any of those terms or anything? Have any chance to look at it or have any questions?
I have not looked at those terms.
Okay.
But when I do next class meeting, I'll definitely ask some questions.
Yeah, so maybe today you can kind of look over it and see, and if not, I'll kind of go over things with you, make sure you did it. And how did that notebook LM turn out for you? ML, the LM.
Oh, I actually really like Notebook LM. It's such a useful tool.
Isn't it? I thought so too. It has some. You may want to think about what are the disadvantages. You know what it didn't do so well, but I think there's more and more. You think that will get improved. That, and you saw like joining even in the podcast. That's beta version. They're just trying it out, and there's things like I think transcripts would be nice from the podcast. There's already competitors out there that are doing away. And just think about it. You can really create your own podcast where you're just like the third person in the podcast. And I thought it was really amazing that the podcast, it sounded like a podcast, and it's all artificially generated. How they had the male and the female and kind of that banter that there is in podcasts. It's incredible in that case, but where it's improvement. And then the idea is, where do we fit in, us humans? And even how are we going to make, or, generating a business, of helping people, maybe even things like that. You can even help businesses that they're not aware of it. Hey, you want to quick and dirty have a podcast about your company? We'll be doing that. We'll be creating our own companies. We'll be creating our own, websites, and we'll all be Gen AI consultants. You'll pick certain businesses, and then you'll have Notebook and others basically just take all your content and create a podcast on it and talk about your team, right? You'll be the team. Who's your team, right? What they do, and then you could chime in and ask questions. You remember 1-800-CHAT-GPT? What did that do,
With that one, you could basically talk to ChatGPT like you're on the phone with them.
Yeah, so that's called a vanity number. 1-800-CHAT-GPT. Basically, you could put that into your, just write 1-800-CHAT-GPT, and all the mobile phones will just take that ChatGPT and basically translate it to numbers on your dial pad. So I looked at another company called Vappy. API, it's API with V for what? What does V stand for, you think?
Probably video.
Video's one. What else when you converse? Think about something else. How do you converse? Virtual's another one. What do you think, Fiaz? Buzz? Voice. So what we're going to do is it goes and it will give you a number, a phone number. You put in the documents just like you're doing with, similar to Notebook LM. you create then basically the chatbot. You can even change, it gives you like templates, but you can change what you want the chatbot to say, and then you'll have a number and you can call it. And it's yours. So it could be on your business, it could be on other things, and it will then, you could put it on all your materials. You can even sign talk to me, when you send out an email or something, come talk to me, and you give your number. So and it won't be ChatGPT, it'll be, let's say Gen AI. What's your major? Was it just entrepreneur, or you weren't sure?
Finance and pre-law.
Okay, so maybe of legal or PI or something. And then you basically create it for law firms. Then when they're not there, their number, like 1-800, what is it? All pay, call Payne or something. You know how they do those PI guys or something, right? And then you call it, and then they would be able to answer, oh, I just got in a car accident. Remember, Fiaz? And my car got. What do I do? And then they would say, don't talk to anybody, and we'll be there or whatever. Where are you located? And it would be a bot. And then after what? Couldn't answer a question. We'll connect you to, he's our, attorney in resident or whatever. He'll get, or you can even monitor it. It would call you then and say, get on the line. We got a live one here. So that's what I want to look at. So on that Wednesday after the exam, that's what I want to do. And then we'll pick numbers, and hopefully they allow us to get numbers. So there's a program called Dial ABC that you put in a phone number and it will tell you what it spells, parts of it. So we can kind of like search for good numbers. Some area codes they're not allowing now, like 786 they didn't have, and others. That spells run. I thought that would be good, But, and we'll play around with it in the groups. Everybody will get, and then you can put in your own documents, and then you can say, hey, do I want a female? I want a male voice. So Mark, how are you doing? What's going on? You feeling okay?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing great too. So how was that last assignment, Mark? You find it useful?
Yeah, I found it pretty useful.
Okay. What didn't work, or what would you like to see improved?
I'd like to see. I forgot the name of it, but when you speak to them, it's like when you join the conversation, it just was bugging out for me.
Yeah, they have a bug in that, and then sometimes when it's finished, it has a bug, and it takes a while. Yeah, and notice that was joined, that was in beta. So we're really going to the edge there, trying it out, but you can see what the future can be. And then later on, it'd be good instead of those two that you could be not even joining, but it could record your join. Because right now you join it, but we had to have another program to record that. And it would be good if they included that within it. So that's great. Okay. But you can see there are going to be a lot of other competitors out there and little sites that you can do. So just the same way that I told about that, like 800 number, you can then have a number that also practice for the test, and then you could just basically call it and say, I'm not sure what it's meant by, can you tell me the difference, what's meant by the record versus the field, Give me an example. So they're going. All right, so let everybody put on their cameras. A couple of people are down in the weather here. The good thing this week is nobody's infecting anybody in this class. Hopefully everybody will be healthy for Monday, that we don't infect each other. So Daniel, what's up in our lab there? Did we look at any of those
I'm
computers?
gonna check on the rest of them tonight.
Okay.
So far seems so good.
Okay, and then just be aware that I tried contacting. I didn't hear anything back from Savannah. Did you?
Not yet, no.
Yeah. So maybe, you know what, it would be good is you'll check tonight. So maybe tomorrow you can send her maybe tonight which ones combined with Sebastian, which ones didn't work. Are you on campus tomorrow?
I'm not. No.
And on Friday? Okay. So I'll try to contact her. Hopefully, and you know what? Maybe I'll contact, even remind me, I'll contact, what's his name? That worked with us last semester. All of a sudden, it's Matt. Maybe I'll contact him. So he used to always answer my calls. I have his cell too, so maybe I'll call Matt tomorrow. Give me, you know, at that time, all the numbers there. So send that to all of them, you know, which computers are not working, and then I'll go directly to Matt. Tomorrow I'll call him, so at least, who knows, you know, I would have expected them to call me back, you know, so we can get that up and running. Okay, everybody have their cameras. It's kind of slow here for people getting up to speed. All right. So, Isa, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Did you have a chance to look at that study guide?
Oh yeah, I was actually looking at it right now. I'm trying to do like the notebook outline. So help me with definitions.
Look at us. We're eating our own dog food. At least our assignments, we can reuse them, huh?
Yeah.
So basically, you can be a consultant there. So we can go through those. Okay. So as you're going through it, if you want to, we'll do a review today, and you can ask me some questions. And I'll start even with that. So we have everybody. So Sabrina and Heidi and Morgan. Let's get our cameras up and running so we can start the... And Nick and Brielle and Graham and Nathaniel and Haley. And Daniel, I just wanted to remind me that I want you to send an email. Just put that in your note there. So then, you know, we go through so many things and all of a sudden I forget. Okay. And Heidi and Nathaniel and Christopher. Okay. Welcome. Let me now record to the cloud. I will live stream to YouTube. I will choose an account. I will choose my account that I use for this class. I will go live, and then the API, an application programmer interface from Zoom that allows YouTube to make that direct connection, that I don't have to go outside of Zoom, and I'm able to do that in their enterprise version, and that seems to be working fine. Okay, so any questions before I begin? So let's do this. If I can have 2 volunteers for class participation to moderate the chat. Do I have any volunteers?
I can do it.
Okay, Isa, you can be so kind, and anyone that wants to join, Isa.
I can also do it.
Okay, so Morgan and Isa, if you can be so kind just to see, and then just unmic yourselves at the appropriate time and let me know what's available, if anything. Okay, any questions that you want me to address about the material, about the scope of the exam, how it is going to be? We're all going to meet on Monday. Right, Blake? Do you know that? Monday? Are you aware? Blake? Where are we meeting, Blake?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, where are we going? Where are we going to meet? It's not.
It is in
It's not going to be in a bar.
SBA 204.
Yeah, and that's the School of Business. It's on the second floor. So, have you ever been there?
I have.
You have?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you can help your other students there get there on time. So we should. What I suggest you do, before 5 o'clock, kind of hunker down and get there. Okay, so anything else? So let me share my screen with you and I'll talk about some things and then I'll be able to have you see me at the end. We see everybody and I see Morgan and Isa there ready to moderate the chat. Okay, so this is, let me make this larger. This is my what's due. We always want to go to my what's due. And it's off, so I see we had on Monday, we had our notebook LM, which is great that we had it on Monday, so now you can use already, right, Isa, on Tuesday and Wednesday, you could already go through those questions, and hopefully it'll be interesting to see. We could do a study. We could almost do a data mart study, Daniel, and see, did the notebook LM, did we get higher scores for those that use the notebook LM for preparation than past semesters, huh? It almost could be right. We could do a research paper. We could be you could be published with me in some of my research, Daniel, on basically the use of AI. Does it increase test scores by using this ahead of time? Okay, so it's March 3rd. In the PowerPoints and Documents section, we have the review guide. And we talked about it, that it really isn't a lot. We have Chapter 1, TG1, TG2, 5, and 4, which is nice that our last assignment, the sample group, Daniel and Sebastian did Chapter 1, and you guys did the rest of the chapters. It'll be taking place in the School of Business PC Lab. I guess, Daniel, you can decide maybe near the end of the week or something you can put, or even today you can put out an announcement, I guess, just to cover the base. You decide on the timing, Daniel, whether you want it now or closer to the time, but you can put an announcement basically of this right there of, yeah, so at least we've, that no one can say, oh, I missed it. Right, Daniel? That we've said it so many times. I appreciate it, Daniel. And the exam will be in person. The exam, I just want to realize, Isa, that I was talking about before, up to now, everything was open notes, open book, open AI software, right? Just in the exam, we're going to use your mind. It's all going to be stuffed in there, right, in the brain, and hopefully be put out there. So just as you know, what Daniel said, it's you and respondents. So the exam, I'll allow the entire class period. Those of you that need special accommodations, you can let me know in the very beginning of the class, but I will accommodate everyone in the class. But you know that everybody usually finishes in time. Bring your picture ID, your cane card, or your government ID. So if I think about that, Isa, why am I asking you in terms of security? Let's review this way. Security and controls, right? Why do I ask you to bring a pictured ID, cane card, or government ID? Because I want to do what? What we've learned in security and controls. What am I looking to do?
Authentication.
Mm-hmm. Right? Look how you throw that out, Issa, right? Is authentication that you are who you are. Now, is there a way, as we said before, we want to mitigate the risk that you didn't pay for somebody to take the exam, but it could be also, you could even pay somebody to to be in the class for you, you know? I think I told you, and I don't know if I told you, Daniel, that when I saw the CEO of Zoom, he is having a problem with his stock market price. After COVID, right? People are going back to the office, going back to classes. The Zoom growth is not as it was during COVID. Number two, there are a lot of competitors now. You can use what? You can use basically Teams. You can use Google. There's a number of different ways in which you can get in line and converse. So he is just basically like all other entrepreneurs, just thinking about what he could do. He took away in Zoom. He took away basically the video and makes it collaboration or communication. He wanted to be more broad. So he was thinking that he would create avatars and agents to be in meetings. I think I mentioned that. So he basically said he would train his avatar, his agent, to be a good negotiator. So if there was a negotiation meeting, he would send his avatar instead. So you could, Issa, send your your student avatar to take your place, and they could. Can you change a name on Zoom? So you could be really your avatar there that looks so good and put Issa Rodriguez, Vasquez there. But this is what we're going to have to do. I don't care how you study for the exam. I just know that you need to be prepared. If you want to use Notebook LM, fine. If you don't want to use it, that's up to you. But you know that it's two parts. Let me repeat. There's a multiple choice, true, false. That's very similar to the quizzes you took. Remember in Blackboard that you took the adaptive assignment. You also took quizzes that you could take twice. You remember that, Morgan, that those quizzes you can take twice? What I suggest you do is review those questions too. Do you know how to review them, Morgan? Have you looked at?
Do you just go back in and you can
But try it now to see if you can get in, because it'll be worse off. You know what I mean, Morgan? If you're having difficulty, and then come back to us and tell us how you did it. You know what I mean? Because also you have a different version than I do. You have a different role than I do. So when I look at the quizzes, it's going to be different than when you look at the quizzes. So see if you can go and you can basically see what you've done. You can't, if you've done it twice, and it's dated, you can't take it again. But can you view them? That's the question.
Yeah. Well, I just went in and it was like I've only taken one quiz twice and it won't let me see it. So.
Okay, but how can you see it?
Well, I just clicked on the quiz and I was like begin, but then it said all my attempts.
Okay, so but how can you see what you've done? Anyone else? Issa, have you done that? Have you looked at it?
I did look at it, but it's showing the same thing.
Okay. Does anybody? So this is in the class. Did you understand, Blake, what I want you to do? The class to figure out how can you see the questions again in the quiz if you've taken it twice. Because do you remember what the questions were in the quiz? I don't remember what the questions were in the quiz. And I'm sure you don't. What? You understand what I want from everybody now? Does everybody understand what I want? Everybody has to have their cameras on. What do I want? Harlan, what do I want you to try to do? Harlan Ezra.
See if we can find the access to quizzes.
Yeah, find the quizzes. Can you see the questions from the quizzes?
I've done it before, and you can.
How do you do it, Lexa? Great.
My grades, and then you click on which quiz you want to see, and then you click on it on the blue, and then.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Isn't that a great idea? Kudos to Alexa. Extra credit, Alexa, that you found it. Because everybody would say, right, Morgan, hey, you know, because you could take it. So what do you have to do?
So you go to My Grades,
Uh-huh.
and then click on which quiz you want to see.
Okay.
And then calculated grade, and then it'll show you the
Calculate, right. And it shows you whether you got it right or wrong. And it's good, right there, stop at this point, right, this is on hardware, right? It's good to also look at the questions and understand, you know, understand what the meaning is. Right? In that case, Alexa, because it's easy when you were taking it for the thing, oh, just let me find the right one. And since I got the twice, you know, I guessed on this one and it was wrong, so let me go back and do it. But basically, one of the things that you want to do is you got it right is the idea of what basically, if I look at question 2, it manipulates the data and controls the task performed by the other components. So basically, in this idea is to try to figure out also not only the question but look at the alternatives of A, B, C, and D. And sometimes even in taking it, I would make sure you take it smart, right, Alexa? So on number 2, I know manipulates the data and controls the task performed by the other components. You can look up what ERP is, which is Enterprise Resource Planning, and Electronic Data Interface for B and C, and those look way out of the line, right? So I removed those already, and then you could see the CPU. But then, thank you. So that's a great, so I would do that, Isa. Make sure that I would go through those, so at least 1, you didn't remember, and 2, look at the alternatives and look at what the question is asking and make sure, because you may get a similar question but different alternatives, but if you know what they're talking about, it'll be easy to do it, rather than, you know, you don't want to remember, oh, that was C or that was D, who cares? But also it's the idea is once you know the material, it's easy to do it. Morgan, do you have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, on the test, like, would it be better to use the quizzes to study or, like, the adaptive assignments?
I would do both. I'd start with the quizzes, get that out of the way, and then I'd go through the adaptive assignments, and then I would go also see what the multiple choice were from even the notebook. You can go to the audit area and see everybody else's questions, right, Morgan, for those. And then what I would do is also I would go on that study guide, Morgan, and see if I would understand those terms, right? Once you understood the terms, then even no matter if it was like a variation on those, you could figure it out, you know, rather than, I don't want you to, you know, go through the quiz and say, oh, I hope she gives me the exact same question and I'll memorize it, C or B. You know what I mean? Number 1, it's too taxing. Number 2, it's once you know something, it doesn't even matter, you know. If it, you know, and also take your time and read the question. You know, sometimes, Morgan, it's like it's not, or it's false or true, and then you think about the opposite. So read through it, and once you understand the material, that's what a couple of things is. My better students that really studied, if they got something wrong, it was just like a stupid, you know, oversight, that they read it, you know, I read it as not, and it was supposed to be, you know, I read it as true or something like that. Okay? So thank you, Alexa, for sharing, and thanks also, Morgan, for you asking the questions. And then also, Morgan, that there's 2 parts. The multiple choice is only 60 questions, and how many chapters are there? There's, 5 chapters, so, you know, not that many from each chapter, and then they're open-ended. You have all the open-ended questions, Morgan, right? And I'll ask up to 3 questions on those. You decide which way. I'm giving you an option. They're as 2 separate parts. So once you finish let's say you do, Morgan, the multiple choice first. Once I'll let you go back and forth. You know how sometimes on multiple choice you go through it and I say, oh, I want to go back to question 4, you can do that. So it's not like you have to be in that order and get all of them. So you can skip some, but you know, you can go back and forth. It'll be different questions possibly for each person, you know, but they'll be similar there. And then once you finish that, you'll need to have your phone because you need to submit and get your Duo Mobile to get in. And then once you finish submitting that, you'll do the open-ended or vice versa. And in the open-ended, you can do it. I'll be giving you all the questions of the 2 or 3 questions, and you can decide. You have to do them all that I give you, but you can decide, oh, I want to do number 2 before I do number 1. You know what I mean? You have it. But once you have it, then you submit it. And you have to show that you've been prepared for it. You know, like a 1-sentence deal is not going to make it. Okay? And these are the concept. The only thing people were talking about before, Daniel, was they didn't know what they were trying to look up faster, cheaper, mini, but basically what we're trying to do here is look at the trends. What are the trends happening?
Trends of hardware character.
Yeah. So that's what some from my other class, just to give you feedback, they were saying they weren't sure what this referred to, even though we have here hardware.
Kind of bumped into sections.
I know. So I'm just giving you right. So what we've done is we brought it into sections. So this is like the hardware section, right? That we had, right? That trend being, of course, even with AIs, that we're definitely spending. You know, these companies are spending billions of dollars, but basically that hardware for the same amount of RAM and storage is getting less expensive. It's getting faster, right? We want to do faster. When you go and buy your phone, right, for the same phone with the same characteristic, it would be less money, but you're getting a phone or you're getting a computer that is faster. The CPU characteristics, what is input, what is output, that primary storage that they were talking about in the book, that this is going to be a way that we also need to know what is, let me just put this in, we use it all the time, of what is volatile versus non-volatile. And what does that mean? In this case, Alexa.
Volatile just means that it's like.
Does it always stay? What is static?
No,
Which one's static? Which one's
non-volatile.
non-volatile, right? So if I store something, it's going to be there, right? I store something on my drive, that, or if you stored something on the cloud, right, on that drive, it will be there tomorrow. But if I'm working on this notepad here and I don't save it, if I go back to the note and I shut down my computer and go back, it will disappear. It's volatile. So anything that's stored right now, this notepad is stored in primary storage. In RAM that we're doing it, I need to file save as, right, and save it somewhere. I can save it on my desktop, I can save it in my download, I can save it in the cloud, but I have to give it a name and save it. So it's the same way that I have the idea of volatile versus non-volatile. So these are the characteristics that I have that I can think about, volatile versus non. The arithmetic logic unit, right, what that does. Arithmetic means it's going to be adding, subtracting, it's going to be greater than, less than, in order for me to sort. Logic, right, arithmetic, it's going to be, and the unit, the control unit, RAM versus ROM. So you're on a roll then, Alexa. If I think about random access memory versus random, basically that in this case, that I'm going to have this as read-only memory, and this is going to be random access memory, and this is going to be read-only, what is going to be static, what is going to be non-volatile, Alexa? RAM or ROM?
ROM.
ROM, meaning that when you get a computer or when you get your phone, any one that you have already built in by the manufacturer, it has some software there that gets basically your phone up and running, gets your computer up and running. It's stored by the manufacturer in ROM, in memory, but it's read-only. It means that it can't be deleted. When I say something is read-only, it will not be, you as the user cannot delete it. Versus RAM of random access memory, that where I store it, where when I use a program, it goes into RAM, that is then volatile or non-volatile? Alexa, you're on a roll.
Volatile.
Volatile. You're my Dr. Volatile, non-volatile today. Okay? So these are the ideas that we were talking about, right? The threats, vulnerabilities, and people were asking me too, is it going to be applied or definitions? And my answer is it'll be both. Some questions will be applied, some questions will be that you need to know the definitions of it, that we talked about it before. And these are then the 7 open-ended questions. I will not ask, there may be a little bit difference in wording, but it will be these topics. You got it, Alexa? So you don't have to think, oh my goodness, is she going to ask about something else? You know, if you open up the newspaper, right, every day there's something new, right? That it's even hard to keep up. But you can see on these kind of ways, for instance, compare and contrast risk management and risk analysis, right? Basically, I have to think about this applies to what? Morgan, what does this apply to? Risk management, risk analysis of what?
Like making sure that like nothing can come in and like.
It's basically protecting my information, my data. This is about information security. This is about security, but information security that we're talking about. We do risk management analysis every time. You leave, right, on the weekend, right, and you want to go out. You ever go out on the weekend, Morgan? You don't have to tell me where you go, but you decide to go out, right? You're doing some type of, there's some kind of risk when you go out, right? If you say, hey, I'm going to go to this place versus another, right? There's some risk there. Oh, I don't know the people. Who knows what kind of people there are? You know, how am I going to get there? Are you going to take an Uber? Well, do I trust that Uber driver, right? Should I get a ride from this person or that person? Who's going to be, is somebody going to be drinking, right, or not drinking? You're thinking about all the time, what do you want to do? You want to, you know there's some risk, you going out at night, right? You know, what do you want to do? You want to manage the risk. What do you want to do? You want to have more, you want to manage it. Everything in life is risky. You get out of bed, it's risky. You may, trip or something, right? Somebody, kids in the class are getting concussions by something, you know what I mean? Ball hits them or whatever, there's a risk. But what you're going to do is analyze that risk and say, what are the benefits? I really want to go out. I love to go out. I love to go dancing or whatever it is. You take that risk. The same thing with information protection, right? Information security. I need to protect my data, and I'm going to do an analysis. And then my kind of the things is what's the difference between risk management and risk analysis? How am I going to analyze that? And then I want to give examples in a university setting how they would protect not just risk in general, but information security. Give examples in a university setting of what they would secure, whether it be student data, whether it would be faculty data, whether it would be grades, a number of different ways in the setting They have to protect what? Your Social Security. Were you there when we had the chief security officer come in? He was talking about ways in which we can do that. And here it's about the idea of notebook LM, right? When it's useful, recommend. What would you do to fine tune it? You've used it. Explore the potential benefits of something like this. It may not be, if it's not even notebook LM of Google, it could be expanded to anything else that would be looking at basically uploading some documents, having it then summarized for us, then doing a podcast, some voice to be able then to enter it and join it. What were the issues some of you were talking about? And here, define data governance. Explain how it should be implemented in a university setting. Differentiate between authentication and authorization. Remember, you just told me authentication, right? How does that differ? Which one of these processes is always performed first? To illustrate, provide specific examples of least privilege. What the heck is least privilege then, Harlan, Ezra? What's least privilege? You got a clue?
I don't know.
You don't know. Not good. So what do you think, Ethan? Have you ever heard me use least privilege?
No, I haven't heard that.
You haven't heard it. Okay, what should you be doing then?
Researching.
Yeah, right. Not that I'd be asking each one, right? So Graham, have you ever heard of least privilege? Well, you don't have to wait for me to call on you, right? You should be doing it now, right? And Tessa, least privilege.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Yeah, we should have done it before, right? As soon as I ask one person, right, George? As soon as I ask that first person, right, you should all be doing it. Looking up what is least privilege. And what has been the way? What is least...
Sorry, I'm like a little bit sick.
Okay, fine. Okay.
An example. No, it said like a teaching assistant to only have access to student grades, not financial records. So like, I was gonna ask about this. Like, does it mean that like to a certain extent, basically?
Okay. Where have we used least privilege? Give me an example of where. Have we talked about roles? Remember whenever I said need to know? Do you ever remember I ever mentioned that? Need to know? Did you ever hear when I said need to know?
Is that kind of like the information that, like we don't need to know?
Exactly. Yeah. There's certain things you need to know your grades.
Yeah, of course you need to know.
You need to know how you've done, right? It can't be. You don't want to be able to say, "Oh, I took all these tests. I have no idea how I." That's the need to know. You need to know every other person's grades in this class. No. So what's the least privilege? Meaning you have a privilege to know your grade, but I want to make, in terms of data governance, give each person that has access to data the privilege to have the data that they are entitled to have, or that will make their job successful. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely.
So that's least privilege. So you see that, Brielle? Least privilege, you're going to have the privilege to know what? In this section, what? Your grades. Can you download? Can you access the quizzes that you need to take? Brielle?
Yeah.
Right. Access, and in this case, you have the role in this case of this class is what? What's your role? My role in this class is professor, right? Do I have more things that I need to know than you for this class, for this section? Brill. Then you.
Yeah, definitely.
I need to know everybody's grade in my class. Do I need to know your grades in your other classes this semester?
No.
Do I have access to that? They give me least privilege. They don't allow me, the people that are involved in data governance, to say Dr. Rush has no business. You almost can think about, do you have the business? You can almost say least privilege. Do you have the business? She has no business looking up George's grades in another class. Right, George? I have no business in that. That's not going to affect how you did in my class. I have at the end of the semester, I have to basically put in grades for each of my students. So what do I need? I need data that tells me how you've done on all your assignments, and all your tests, on all your group projects. So you see, Jose, in this case, Jose Simon, in this case, least privilege is that you're giving the user opportunities that they need to know their job. And it's based on roles. What role do they have in the organization? Your role in this section is what, Jose? Student. My role in this section is what? Yeah, professor. So I have more privileges, but they still give me the least privilege that I need to have. Meaning I only get to see the grades in my sections. I do not get to see students in other sections. I get to see when I go to, there's another program that's enterprise resource planning, I get to see my salary. Do you think I get to change my salary? Jose? What? I think I deserve maybe 10 times more than they're paying me, right? But I don't get that right? But I get to see what they're paying me, right? I get to see that they've deposited a check in my bank account. Now, I supervise Daniel. He is my teaching assistant. Do I get to see his salary? Jose?
Yes.
Yes. Do I get to see how many hours a week he put in? I have to sign off on how many he submits his hours that he worked to the system, but I have to approve it. Right? He puts in, because they say I need to approve it, because if he puts in he worked 100 hours this week, I would go back to him and I said, what did you do for 100 hours? Did the students bother you so much? 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever. So those are the ways in which least privilege is. So as we go along with that, Morgan, is there somewhere where we did in the class that you got least privilege, but your role was expanded? That you could do more? That you could upload? You can't upload to this section. Can you do?
Maybe in one of the assignments.
But what? In just one assignment?
Well, yeah, there was one where
Only one assignment? Think about it, Morgan. Oh, no. Think about it before you speak. Think about it. Is there another section? Do you have more than one section with me here? Most classes, you only have one section. You're the student.
The audit?
The audit. What do you do in the audit? What's unique in the audit?
Don't we have access to other things.
What are those other things? You've got to need to know what those other things are. You can't write it. We have access to other things. You have to be articulate, right? So what are the other things that you're aware of? So go to the audit area right now. These are the things that you need to know, that a lot of times on that least privilege, because what are they asking for? To illustrate which of the performed, to illustrate importance, provide examples that were applied in class. So a lot of times that ChatGPT Notebook LM doesn't even know what's applied in class. You have to know what's applied in class. Right? You have to know what's applied in class. So if I look at it, Isa, what was applied in class?
Well, you can edit other people's assignments and create folders, and you have more features.
Okay. So what is your role in the other class? In that other section?
TA.
You're a TA. You have least privilege, but your role is what? A teaching assistant. So you have more capabilities, right, Morgan? And how can you tell, Morgan, that you're a teaching assistant in that other section? How do you even know that?
Because like if you go into like the people, you can see like.
Well, first of all, let's share your screen. Are you in the audit area?
Yes.
So go and share your screen.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm asking Morgan about, Ethan? What am I asking? While she shares her screen, what am I asking?
Sorry, was that me?
Yeah, that was you. What am I asking?
Yeah, so you're basically asking her why we have different permissions and
Right, permission. It's still least privilege, right? But it's on that idea of least privilege for what role? What role is everybody then, Morgan?
Teaching assistant.
Teaching assistant, and teaching assistant has more. It has a greater capabilities as a teaching assistant as you do what? As a student. Why? So at this point, are there any, in this case, where are your grades? In which section? In the audit area or in the regular area? Your grades.
It's in the regular area.
So do you have access to change your grades in the regular one?
No.
No. But you have the audit area. I've given this audit area so you can see different roles, least privilege, but you have the need to know you're changing your role and you're able. Could you delete? Is there a possibility you could delete your own work here? Yes. Is there a possibility you could delete others' work here in this section of everybody being a teaching assistant?
I think so,
yeah. Yeah, not you think so, you can. So you have to be careful. So there are responsibilities here that, what did I say? And you may not have done it in this case, Morgan, is that you need to back up your work in another area in the cloud or back it up on your secondary storage. Because why? Because your data in this section is vulnerable. Does that make sense? So some of these open-ended questions you just can't get from, right, Graham? You just can't get from ChatGPT or Notebook LM because it's asking specifically on what happened in class. You see that, Graham? So you have to think about, what does that mean for least privilege? And talk about in class, that we talk about least privilege, it basically, they restrict you. Now, one of the things here is, if go down and see if you can find me. This is alphabetical order, right? And notice, Anna, are you here? Anna Hollister? She here? Okay, so go down to the next page. You see there with show all, or go to the next one? Yeah. Okay, do you find me? What is different on the roles? Is everybody teaching assistant in this role?
Oh, instructor, yeah.
Oh, instructor. Oh, instructor. So I have a different role even here, right? I have a different role here. So what can I do? So my different role will give me least privilege of this, but it will give me a different permissions than you have as teaching assistant. And the only thing in this section that will allow me to do is, you all can delete each other's in this section, you cannot delete me. You understand that, Morgan? So if you wanted, and you definitely wouldn't want to, but you could, there's a possibility that they give you. So if you were the teaching assistant in my other section, if there's students that didn't come to class and never showed up, Daniel could delete them from the other class, right, from the real class, because they said they wouldn't do it. I trust Daniel that he would, ahead of time, he would ask. And usually what we would do is we would usually keep them until maybe somebody just didn't show up. It's still, you know, maybe they were sick, maybe something happened to them. We would still keep them to the end of the semester. You got it? So you can stop sharing now, Morgan. Thank you for participating. Does that help, Morgan? Understand
Yes.
it?
Yes, it does.
So rather than there's things that we can do, if you wrote that in your answer, that would not count. You understand? Because things I guess we can do different things. You have to specify exactly what's happening. Okay? So, Emerson, you have any questions?
No.
Okay. So at this point, so it's the same type of thing that if you do the review here, what I do then is I would look at the quizzes, I would look at the PowerPoints that you had for each of the chapters. You can fill those out, right? And ask for multiple choice. You could even put, right, that you were doing before. You could put everything up in Notebook LM under Wiley, reading and adaptive. If I go here to the resources, which you all have too, you see where it says course resources? You see that, Brill? There's something called practice. You see that, where I'm highlighting practice? You can go to practice, and let's say we do chapter 5, managing data, the database approach. Basically, we have questions here too. Let me just go one. Here's no SQL can process both structured and non-structured data. And let's say, in this case, we say true. You can go through and see questions on a number of these. They can give you questions. Let me go back. You can, in this case, it gives you practice questions on managing data, right? When a customer accesses a website and makes purchases, they generate. What do they generate? Tracking cookies, information, click streams, data, website, web data, hyperlink data. And then what I can do as well, let me go back to J. I can go to Wiley Adaptive, and when I go to my data acknowledgement, I can go, for instance, into data warehousing and data marts. And if I look at data warehouse and data marts, let me just go back here, it's better, just to get it from the sources. Let me just go here. Let me get it from here instead. Wiley Resources, sometimes it doesn't give me the book. I just go into here. Get to work around. There's some bugs in the Wiley. So let's find data warehouse and data mart. So if I look at data warehouse and data mart, right, this is the question. And Alex, how are you doing? The question is, when I think about a data warehouse and a data mart, am I thinking about historical data, B, real-time data, C, forecasted data, or D, none of the above? When I look at a data warehouse and a data mart, is the data historical, real-time, or forecasted?
Would it be historical?
It's historical. So what I basically do in a data warehouse, and then if we had an inventory database, Alex, and let's say, we came up together and said, when new students come in, what we should do is, if they want to buy fancy cars, what we'll do is we'll deliver it to the university. They order it ahead of time and we'll deliver. That'll be our guide here. And the question is, I have an inventory database of the cars we have available. We got some local dealers and they're giving us their car, they're letting us look at their inventory. Is that inventory historical, real-time, or forecasted? Alex.
Is that real time?
Real time, right? We don't want historical. We don't even have what they had last month. You come in and you want a Tesla, or somebody wants a Tesla. We want to make sure they wanted the color black, or they wanted one of those trucks. Have you ever seen those trucks he has or whatever? Right? We want it real time. Data warehouse and data marts are historical. Right, Alex? It's when we want to do some kind of study that we store historical data. So if it were student data, it is data that is in the past. It's not real-time data. And data warehouse is large. Think about a warehouse, but we're storing data. And data marts are for a specific study we want to do. The data warehouse may be on all our data, and it may be on our data of all our graduating seniors. And the data mart would be, I'm curious to see what majors seem to have done the best at this university. Or it may be we may do a survey at the end when they when they're graduating, how happy were you at the university? And we may want to see is where was the best fit? Or we may want to do a data warehouse on our past students that graduated already. And maybe after 5 years we want to see who succeeded the best. Those are all my data warehouse and my data marts. So when you think about describing a data warehouse and a data mart, you're thinking about it as a data warehouse being a repository. So Alex, what's a repository? It's basically a place, and it basically can be in the cloud somewhere where you're storing that historical data, and it's organized by subject. It could be subject meaning undergraduate students. It could be another subject, graduate students. It could be even another one, business students. It can even be by department. And basically a data mart is always smaller. And it's by individual department. So Alex, what major are you?
Finance.
Finance. So the finance department maybe would have then a data mart, and they would say which of our students really succeeded in these courses. Or they may look at their alumni from finance and who really succeeded in Wall Street. What courses did they take? What were their majors? What GPAs did they have? What courses were most useful to them? So it's organized by business. It uses online analytical processes. It's integrated. It's time variant. It means that it may be we'll maintain it only for a month, or we'll maintain it for 5 years. It depends on our times that we will. And this is the key. You're on a roll. What does non-volatile mean? Everybody see that? Nick, do you see this word non-volatile?
Yeah, I see it.
What does it mean? And what does it mean in a data warehouse? What does non-volatile mean?
It's like it doesn't change.
It doesn't change, not often. It does not change at all. It does not change. My data where does my inventory database, Nick, change?
No.
If you had an inventory, we had an inventory card. We go to Home Depot, right? When you pick up some things, they have an inventory database. You buy something off the shelf. You think and you go and you actually pay for it, right? You don't put it in your pocket. You go through the scanner and you pay for it. And when you bought that one item at Home Depot, does their inventory change?
Yeah.
Yes, you know it. You just kind of are nervous in the way that I kind of just, called on you. Of course it changes. We have a card database. You go to a vendor. You go to, you've gone on a plane before, right? And you made a reservation, right? Do you think that their bookings change on the number of seats they have? Of course they do, right? You don't want to be sitting on. Sometimes what they do on purpose, they overbook, right? Have you ever seen that? Who wants to give up their seat? Because what are they expecting? That some people were doing it. But non-volatile in a data warehouse or data mine are non-volatile. It means that the user cannot change or update the data. So it's going to reflect the history of that. And it can be multidimensional, meaning that I can then view it in different aspects. I can see maybe by country, by state, by city. Maybe I want to see, hey, in the Northeast, where's the best place to recruit? It seems that my folks from New Jersey, Philadelphia, New York, Connecticut, it seems like that area, they really like coming here. Maybe to have sun and fun. So these are the kind of, and checking, then I can try again and I don't have it, but in checking, right, the primary, notice this, Mark, it says the primary purpose of a data warehouse. The word primary. What's the primary purpose? I can take some of these maybe. Does it enable users to change or update the data, Mark? We just said it was non-volatile. So does the data warehouse enable our users to change or update the data, Mark? I just said that data was non-volatile. What does non-volatile mean?
Non-volatile means it doesn't change a lot.
Not a lot. It does not change.
It does not change, yeah.
Not a lot. A lot is not part of the vocabulary here. It does not change, period. So I know that that's not a good answer. Right? So Alexa, what's a better answer? So I know I'm going to eliminate that already. So in test taking, Mark, I know I'm going to eliminate this one. So what should be the answer, Alexa?
Store data.
Okay, store data for short term, but this is the primary purpose. Is that what I want to do? Is that the primary purpose of a data warehouse? Is to store data for a short term? Is that the primary purpose?
Would it be to support business analytics
Yeah.
applications?
Well, let's try it. Right. Because to store, I could use, like in terms short. This is the key. What's the primary purpose? Okay. You got it? These may be what I could do, but that's why, Alexa, you see how it's so important to read it. What's the primary purpose? You got the idea? So Alexa, especially a shout out to you for helping us find the quizzes and the grades, right?
Of course.
And we also want to thank Isa and Morgan for moderating here. And also, Morgan, now I think you got a better idea of those roles, right? And what we mean by least privilege. I want to give the least amount of privilege to you, but I wanted you to do your job. I wanted you to be able to audit other students in the class, so I gave you to be teaching assistant. But in your grades, I gave you the least privilege. You're now the role of the student. You cannot change the grades. Daniel here grades a lot of your assignments. as teaching assistant, then he should be able to input grades. He should be able to change grades, right, Morgan? I give him privileges. But in this case, since he basically has to keep track of his hours that he works, he gets paid, he can say, these are the hours I work. I have to, at this point, approve it. He's getting an hourly rate, even though, in my opinion, he's worth 10 times more than what he's getting an hour, and that's truthfully what I say. I have to be in some constraints of what the university is allowing me to pay him. Do you understand? So there's constraints of least privilege. I would like to say he definitely deserves hundreds of dollars an hour, but and it may be he has hundreds of dollars an hour when we're going to be doing an AI project and we'll work together on being a Gen AI professionals in basically giving consulting services. Then if we can save a company $10,000, right, they can afford paying us $3,000 for maybe doing, and they don't care how long it took us to do. Right, Daniel? It's amazing. Basically, we go on the deal. Here we split it. We save you 10,000. We take 30%.
Sounds like a good deal.
For them too, right?
Yeah.
It's fair. So you see how it works, okay? So I think some of you have more work to do than others, but there's no surprises, right, Alexa? No. So we get to see each other on Monday. Hopefully everybody will heal up from all your health issues. And then we'll talk. We need to come there early. We need to come there with laptops. We need to come with IDs. And then after we do this, then we can start doing more projects. Right, Emerson? We can basically see more and more. We'll get that test over with, and we have one more. And even on the final, we'll spend time doing our projects. That's what I want to do. I want to minimize, Emerson, I want to minimize the tests. I think I want to spend more time of actually giving you skills that you can do stuff with. What do you think?
Sounds good.
Me too. Okay. Thank you for participating. If you'd be so kind, Daniel, and put in the attendance.
Yep. 7188.
7188. Okay. I see it too. 7188. You're welcome to leave. Otherwise, stay with me if you have a question that I can address. Otherwise, I'll see you in the Monday.
Dr. Rush,
Yes.
for what did you say was the one thing that you can do that we can't under the audit section?
You cannot delete me from the audit section because I'm instructor. I'm a higher level. But but you could delete everybody. So Tessa, tomorrow you could delete everybody in that class, everybody in that audit area. You have, but you just couldn't delete me. But you can do exactly the same actions that I can. So that's the only difference between. So Daniel in our section, he could delete everybody in the class. He wouldn't do it, but he has the ability to. But he couldn't delete me from as being instructor.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Keep up the good attitude, and we'll see you on.
We'll see you Monday. Thank you
Monday.
so much.
Perfect. Thank you. Tessa, are you here? Tessa, are you here? Counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let me stop recording. Because it's really important for me to stop recording. Okay, so she checked in. She did her attendance? Yeah, she said she wasn't feeling well, I think. So anyways, I'm removing. Okay, I stop recording. Yes? Everything? Okay. Let me even turn
I
off.
printed the things out. I have them.
Perfect. Okay. So you printed that, you have them available, so you don't even need, you can just bring you'll be in the lab anyway, so you can give it
I always have my bag with me.
okay, so you just give, Sebastian. So the only thing we need to do is look at the rest of the computers, then contact, send an email out again, if you can be so kind, and send an email to the groups and saying these computers don't have responders, these computers don't work. You may even want to check, if you don't mind, a couple of the computers that Sebastian said were not working or didn't have responders.
I think there should be some TAs with me tonight. Let me make sure.
There should be what?
Some TA and training. They should be there.
Okay, good. Send it out that you'll be there. It's a shame that I didn't look like somebody helped him, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. But anyways, do a shout out and see if somebody will help you. You know what I mean? What can we do? But hopefully somebody can help you on that. And the other thing is, I forward to you Logan's responses.
I saw that.
So the only thing is, I told them this is your grade, blah, blah, blah. The only thing I'm thinking about, and I wanted to get your feedback, if you should send him an email just to let him know that we will not accept the semester is over, and he should not waste his time. I don't know how you're going to say it, waste his time to send us a recording. Because I have a feeling that now all of a sudden in his mind, I'll do a recording. I don't know what the heck he's going to record. What? Yeah, just tell him that Dr. Rushnick has confirmed with me that your grade stands as is, and the semester is over, and we will not accept any additional, or some way to tell him, don't bother doing recording, because then it'll be a thing, I did this wonderful recording, and why aren't you taking it in February 26th? What? He's mental on this. You know, I mean, it's not fair. You know, let him go wherever he wants. You know what I mean? We have such great documentation. You know, let him do. You know what I mean? I think this is his way, that he thinks it must have worked for him somewhere to intimidate. What? Just to be. It must have worked that he keeps on. I'm a football player. And, you know, this is, you know, and it's like, it's funny, you know, he's on a team, but if he doesn't succeed on his team, he's off the team too. You know what I mean? They're even more so, you know, if he doesn't deliver for his football team, and he doesn't show up for practice on time, you know, it's even more so. You know, I mean, they're strict. You know, they just because the team won or lost, if he didn't put in his share, if he didn't show up for practice, he'd be off that team. So all of a sudden now it's what?
It's no good.
No, but I'm just saying.
And he still says Mrs. Rush.
Did you see that?
Told him that specifically.
But he keeps on changing. It's almost like a day. I don't know what is. You know, and really, what? What? Well, it's the women. You know, it's the women. He had women in his group. That was the problem. If those damn women weren't there. So I just wanted to tell you. I've had it. You know what I mean? But I'm just thinking in terms of the tea, just to finish it off, and that, you know, this is the, you know, wish you a great life. You know, what is it? How you say, enjoy your life now, go out and enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? Because this is beyond belief that now whoever gave him the idea, you know, beyond, and even it wasn't that he didn't do the recording, he didn't do the work. I mean, besides they were not even giving him the bad grade because he didn't show up for the recording. Yeah, but just think about it, you know what I mean? And if you want, that I just think at the end it's like we will not accept, the semester's over. There, you know, additional work will not be because I'm figuring he's going to send it to you because you're the grader, right? So kind of like to protect you. That's otherwise, that this is the grade. You don't assign his grade, but you did, you do his. The grading of his homework. That's why I even want to get you involved in that. That I don't want him dragging you to some committee or something. You know what I mean? That you didn't grade it right. But I'm just telling you, it's not right. And if
The
you
best part about my grading is it's impossible for there to be a problem. Like it's all.
I know, but I'm just telling you that now that he has the audacity to say that he's going to, of threatening us that he's going to submit his recording, even though it's unfair. Okay. So that's it. I don't think, is there anything else we need to do? If you want to, you can stop by at the end of your class, on your way home or something, you know what I mean? Just to check in after K if you'd like.
Sure, I can. I mean, I'll be in the computer lab.
Okay. Oh, okay. So just check in at the end of K just to see. I don't want to keep you long, you know what I mean? But in case there's something that we need to know of some students and things like that, that there. And I think there was someone that had some issues, and I allow her. But I guess it doesn't matter anyways. It was just for the. It doesn't matter that she turned it in like, but I gave her. I saw it. Let me see. Has informed me that the grade is final and there will be no additional apologies if this is not what you desire. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Straight out. You know what I mean? He can do whatever he wants. He wants to do his own recording, that's fine. Okay. Okay. All right. What? He can do whatever he wants. He's willing. You know what I mean? I just want to cover all our bases. That that all of a sudden that you didn't respond. All of a sudden you gave him some impression that he could do that it's covered. That's all. All right. Talk to you later. Ciao. As usual. What? As usual. Fantastic. Bye. Yeah, I was going to tell you tomorrow. Perfect. You have the red shorts too. Who wears the red shorts? But yeah, you too. Let's go. Hey, Riley. Can you hear me?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, what's going on? We can talk after the class, Riley, if you want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep you posted
Yeah, no,
about.
we'll work it through, Riley. But
Okay, yeah,
and
because I want to be fully prepared.
today we'll do a review, and it's very straightforward. You know,
Done.
think
Yeah,
about it. That I'm sure very few of your classes, you know what the questions are going to be. You know, the open ended. You know what I'm going to choose two or three of those.
yeah,
You know what I mean? So you just have to pace yourself. And then you also, what the advantage is, you know, I'll tell you how to study today. I'll spend the
gotcha.
time telling you. Because sometimes I think people are more overwhelmed and nervous. And, you know, you're anxious because you never had a test with me. Once, you know, the second test will be easier because you say, oh, now I know what it is. You have these images that it's more than it is. You know what I mean? It's not that you shouldn't be
Yeah,
prepared, but, you know, you just get more, people are getting overwhelmed with anxiety rather than spending time studying. You know what I mean? And then it does not do anybody any good, that anxiety, floating anxiety. I know it from personal ways. You understand? So
yeah,
I'll go over today about, I'll go into specifics on how you should study. Okay?
all right, perfect.
And then that'll keep you, I think, grounded. because that's the one thing you don't want to do is start messing in it and be the worst thing. Start delaying it. Get it over with. My goodness, spring break is coming up. Are you doing anything for spring break? Are you going anywhere?
I think I'm going to Nashville.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Have you been there before?
No.
Yeah, I was there many years ago. I was at the Grand Ole Opry. I went one time. Do you like country
nice.
western music?
Of course.
You do. I used to live in Austin.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Nice.
My favorite city in the world.
Aw.
I've been all the way. Yeah, great music. Yeah. So yeah, so that'll be nice. Going with friends?
Yeah, I'm going with a few different from here and from other universities.
Oh,
so,
perfect, perfect. So just stay safe. You know what I mean? Be smart.
Of course.
Yeah, it's almost like that risk management. We'll go over that. Risk mitigation, right?
Exactly.
Risk analysis, like one of the questions. We'll go over that question. So Finley, how are you? You look like you're ready.
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, did you look over the study guide?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you think?
I thought it looked like pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yep. You have
I
questions?
Also, no.
Okay.
But I haven't done the project that was due Monday because I thought it was due tonight. Could I have today to work on it, or is it?
Well, go finish it. Because I don't think the graders have started, so sneak it in.
Okay.
And if they say anything, tell them. So do it, because it's important. That was Monday.
Okay, well.
Well, finish it up. It shouldn't take that long. You should finish it tonight. After this class, do it. Yeah, it said that Monday. Yeah, usually we had it on Wednesday, so I can see the possible confusion. Yeah, we gave it out early. Yeah, and the reason why I wanted to do it so everybody would have it prepared already for the exam, and then everybody can use everybody's chapters, their multiple choice questions as a review. Plus, you can listen to the podcast as a review. Plus, you join the podcast to ask the questions. Okay? So everybody get their cameras on, if possible. Catherine, how are you doing? And Lily, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. You got your jacket? You cold or what?
A little cold.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of whatever's going around. I don't know what.
Sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me earlier because there's
Oh,
a
okay.
different Catherine in this class, but I just.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah. So,
Yeah.
Catherine, you okay?
I'm good, though.
Good.
Yeah, how are you?
Okay. Did you look at the study guide?
Yeah, I've been looking at that.
And what do you think?
It looks good so far.
So, how can I help you tonight? Let's talk about that. What should I do? You know, I'm going to get your feedback.
A lot of tools, I feel like.
What?
You've given us a lot of tools, I feel like, to study for next week.
Mm-hmm. So what should I do tonight? I have some ideas, but what do you think I should do?
I don't know.
You don't know what you don't know, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are your ideas?
What are my ideas? My ideas is kind of go into more detail on how I think you should study.
Okay.
Okay? And then kind of bring out more of the areas that I think maybe the people need to stress.
Yeah.
And also almost like test taking kind of things. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay. So we'll end up doing it. And then I'll talk about whatever you guys bring up as well. I'll react. Okay, everybody with cameras on, and then we'll end, and anyone that has any issues or something that they don't want to share with the group, you know, at the end I turn off the recordings and no. So we'll do that. But I
Is there
think
anything we shouldn't focus on?
shouldn't focus on things that are not written down there.
Yeah.
That's what I would think. Don't go off on tangents that I don't even mention. You know, we all have limited time, right? We need to focus, and I really think about it as I want to spend more time on our project. I think those are more, in the long run, useful. I want everybody, we need to know this material for almost like the foundation, but more is on applied, and that's why I thought it was a great idea, that last assignment with Notebook LM, that we could use our own, Catherine, that we could use our own material to study for the exam, to see how that Notebook LM worked, rather than just putting in other data, put in the data that you need to do for the exam. That's why, Finley, I was saying let's do it, why I kind of did it on Monday to be due, because I said then everybody will have that data, you'll have your multiple choice question, you'll see how it works, and you'll see the advantages, and this is new, and they're adding to this all the time. It's basically, you can think about it as part of this was in beta. You know what beta means, Finley? What does beta mean? That join, when you join Notebook LM, did you see that, Greta? When you join Notebook LM, it said beta. What does that mean, Greta, beta? Let me think. They said it was beta. Have you ever heard that term?
I have heard the term, but I actually don't.
Oh, it's interesting. You know, some things, you know, when you know something well, like you'll know something in a certain area, you just expect that everybody else knows that term, you know, and once you know it, we can't do it. And so when I thought about beta, I would have thought everyone knows it, but I can see, you know, you've heard about it. What is beta? Let's even start with that. Everybody look up, what does it mean when they said join in Notebook LM is beta? You have an idea, Will?
Oh, it's like, it's not finished. The product isn't finished.
Now you get, like, the first round is called, it's basically the Greek letter. The first round is called alpha, Greta. When we do it, it's like our first pass through. And then the second is beta, that it's ready to give out, to try out, but we're not saying that it's completely finished. And did you have problems, Will, with the join?
With the, sorry?
Did you do the Notebook LM?
I did.
Did you join the podcast?
Yes.
Did you have any issues with that?
It took a while.
And sometimes, you know, once it finished the podcast and you try to join again, I had issues. It wouldn't come back with the podcast again. You can't join, yeah. So beta, in that case, Greta, is it's not a full, well-tested program. We're giving it out. We're telling the community it's beta. They never charge for a beta version because we know that there's some issues with the program, but we have most of the features. So when they say it's in beta, it's basically not a complete, finished, well, secure product. But why people want to try out the beta is just to be able to learn and say, hey, and what they want is, why do they throw it out there? They want to get feedback. They also, do they know if you use the join? Do they know you're using all the features? Of course they do. It's a cloud-based. They're tracking that, right? so they know what features are, and then they can keep on improving. Okay, so let me start recording, and as usual, we'll get everybody, unless they ask for special permission that you've sent me in advance. Everybody needs to show their camera. Some people have been, this illness has been, I guess, respiratory, whatever's going around. Hopefully people will be well enough next week, because I just really don't want to get sick. That's why I love this class. Nobody can infect everyone, right? When all this, it's so much. Did you hear about measles? All of a sudden people are getting measles. When do people get measles all of a sudden? My goodness, and measles is so contagious. It stays in the air for 2 hours. It's as if I read, as if you're in the room where somebody had measles, you are guaranteed you're going to get measles. It's not like, maybe you have to, wipe your hands. You're going to get it. So hopefully we won't have measles coming. Okay, so I'm going to record to the cloud. And do I have any volunteers for people to moderate my chats? Any volunteers, class participation, anyone? Who do I have that wants to?
I can do it.
Okay, so Max, thank you very much. Anyone else that wants to go along with Max? Let me know. I don't know why everybody's not just clamoring for that. For class participation. It doesn't require much, right? To just moderate what's happening, let me know. Any other volunteers? Okay, Will, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm recording to the cloud. And what else am I doing? I'm recording live stream and live on YouTube. And I'm going to do my account. I'm going to go my It Is Training. And I have go live. I'm preparing Zoom to YouTube, preparing to live stream. The whole idea on the enterprise version of Zoom, they have an extra feature that allows an API, an application program interface of YouTube to allow into it. And I see now with the logo, I see it available. Okay, we got everything going, recording YouTube. Okay, so everybody welcome. I'm glad that you are joining me. We have on Monday, we have an in-person exam, and what I wanted to do, as I told Catherine, is kind of give an overview. I've given already a study guide to you. I'll answer any of your questions. I'll let you know what I think are ways to approach this. I've had some other people come and a little bit of high anxiety, which I attribute to just never having an exam with me. Once you have it, we have just one other exam coming up, and I think the second exam is much better because it will be in the exact same format. You got it, Ava, so I think sometimes you're not quite sure. You may not understand exactly what I am saying and how I'm doing that. Okay? Any comments before I begin? Ryan, how are you doing? So let's hit it, as we say. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. And you see that I share my screen, and what do I want to do? I want to go to my Chrome, and what do I see here? That I know that I have my caption on, and I see our lovely participants today. Okay, so let me go to our content. We are in our regular section. We have two sections, so let me open up another section of Blackboard. So I have my other section of courses that I have, and you see it looks like I'm really teaching quite a bit. And I have another section called Audit, BTEK, and then I have assignment groups, right? So what did we say on our assignment groups? Everybody should be able to do this now. Are on the dynamic of voice assignment group. Everybody should do then on the front end. I think I told that last time, but you can still do it now, is what chapter you were assigned. So here is Ava Hunt. So you did 2, Ava? Ava Hunt?
I took 2 because I didn't know that for a group of 3 that.
Okay, so good. You got it out of the way. Did it take that much more time, Ava?
No, it was like the same.
Yeah, same. So it's good. This way you got to study more. So basically, Ava, she had a group of 3. She did 2. She took the initiative. Very good, Ava. We've taken into account Chapter 4 and TG2. And then Camila took TG1 and Ellie took Chapter 5. And then everyone else should have this done. I saw a number of groups. Why get points taken off that I saw on this group didn't even do it. Well, that definitely is going to be points off. Okay, so let's and then in the assignment groups, right? So in this group, in group 3, then put, if I go into dynamic voice assignment, you see that, Lily? That, and then here's Caitlin. Put your names in the front. You see that, Lily? Just like the other one, put your names right there on your folder there of which ones that you did. Just like Ava's group did. Right there. Okay, that was just a point of contention that I just wanted to let you know. Okay, let's go to what's due. And under what's due, I'm going to turn off my edit mode. I am the instructor here. Your role in this section is student, so I want to make sure my edit mode is off so I see the same thing more or less than you do. And you saw that on Monday, before class, the audit assignment was due. Exam 1 is on Monday. It is in person, is in the School of Business in room 204. The review guide, you should look at it. It's in PowerPoint and documentation. So if I go to PowerPoint and documents, I see review guide. And in the review guide, let me open it up. And under review guide, this is the whole kit and caboodle. We have in this exam, we have 2 exams. We have an exam on March 3rd. We also have it in the end of April as well. But in this exam, we have Chapter 1, TG1, TG2, Chapter 5, and Chapter 4. Exam 1 will take place in the School of Business on the 2nd floor in the PC lab. If you don't know where that is, I suggest before the exam you go and find out where it is, that you are not roaming around trying to find it. The advantage for our section is that we'll start and there's no one that comes after us, so we'll be a little bit able, those, especially those that have special accommodations, will have time where no one else will be disturbing them. Okay. The exam, so you need to come on time. I would suggest you come 10 minutes. Not only suggest, you need to come 10 minutes early. You need to be, the exam will be in person. It will be proctored by a teaching assistant and myself. The exam is closed book, closed notes, closed AI software. Up to now, Ava, all our assignments, all our quizzes that I gave you were all open book, open notes, open AI. You could lose anything you wanted on the internet to answer the questions. When you're going to be taking the exam, Ava, you're going to be concentrating, and it's just going to be what you know in your exam. The exam will take the entire period. Some of you, if you finish early, you can check out. We will be checking you out with a pictured ID. You need to bring a cane card or a government ID. So in terms of security, Greta, what is this and the terms that we know? Why are we doing the pictured ID? For what purpose?
Because everyone has a unique ID number, therefore, like the test or something like can't be replicated, like the student can't be replicated.
Okay, but why pictured ID? For what purpose?
So that you can be identified.
And what's another word for identify?
Like accounted for.
And what else? Will, do you have an idea? What did we use? What term did we use? In information systems, as soon as someone needs, if you're going into the system and the system is protecting, what do they need to check? What's another word for finding out your identity? That's what Greta said. You pick up another word, Will?
I'm thinking right now.
Good. Good that I hear the bells. I hear something moving, the gears. What do you think, Riley? What do we say? As soon as you get into Blackboard, what are they doing? The first thing. Can you just get into Blackboard, Riley?
Duo mobile.
And what is it checking for? But what do you have to first put in? It has to do what? Duo mobile is one, but what is it? What do you need to do? Can you just get in? You log in, and what is that called? What is it trying to do?
To make sure you're not hacked.
Well, yeah, but what's it called? Quinn, what's it called?
Is it authentication?
Exactly. Everybody, you knew that, Greta, right? Just forgot. It's called authentication. Authenticating who you say you are, right? So how can I do it? Instead of doing this, I want you physically to bring a pictured ID. And how is the authentication going to work then, Quinn?
You're just going to look and make sure.
Right. Now, we could have done it with what? Face recognition, right? That as I'm taking a picture of you in front of me, right, it will then go to the database and say, hey, is that really Quinn that's in the database? Right? That's how really authentication, right? They even do authentication with what? With biometrics, right? Basically check your retina. Now, in the new, were you there when we had the chief security officer come to the class?
Yeah, it was.
We're getting, is Duo Mobile going to continue with us?
No,
We're going to another one, Microsoft. And what did they say they're going to do? Do you remember? He said basically they're going to authenticate you with looking at your face. And what did I say? I said I don't want them to, and they're going to check it. I said I don't want to do authentication, on that. So they said they can give me a token, and like an old-fashioned way to do a token. So this is it. So you understand that, Greta? So basically that pictured ID of comparison is really a way of authentication. That whole idea, what you were saying of identity, that's the case. Now, you remember we talked about business continuity? Colin, do you remember ever hearing that term, business continuity?
I think so.
Good. That didn't sound too good, but right? Didn't sound with a lot of confidence. But what would it be? If I think about it, let me just cancel this. I don't want this. see what I'm typing here, Colin? What am I typing? Can you read it?
What was that? Oh, backup and recovery.
And what else? Can you read this?
Yeah, business continuity, backup and
And recovery. What does that mean? And who cares? Finley, what do you think? And if you don't know it, what should you be doing now? Right, Lily? What should you be doing? If you don't know what business, if you never heard of the word business continuity and backup and recovery. Okay? So what do you think, Quinn? What does that mean to you? Business and continuity. What does that mean?
Isn't it like the ability to kind of, if you like are disrupted or something, like the ability to kind of get back on track?
Yes. Are we always, can we expect that everything will run smoothly? Quinn, there's always going to be hiccups, right? Can I expect something like, even in some ways I can expect some things to happen that are predictable, like a hurricane. Have you been ever in a hurricane, Quinn? You ever faced a hurricane? Basically, the advantage of a hurricane is they usually can tell us in advance, a few days in advance, it looks like it's coming. Sometimes it misses us, but we can be prepared, right? Our earthquake, have you ever been in an earthquake?
No,
Yeah, I've been in an earthquake, and one of the things in an earthquake, the problem is they don't tell you in advance. You know, all of a sudden you feel the earth shake, the windows rattle, things coming off the shelves. You can't predict it. But anything that it is businesses have to continue working, whether they have anything as well, and they have to think about, they have to back up their materials and recover from that. Whether they've been hacked, right, Quinn? All of a sudden somebody did, stopped our servers and they say, hey, we want ransom. We have to plan for that, And being hacked is what? It's not usually now, people are on the notion, it's not if it'll happen, it's usually when. They basically say, I'm really vulnerable here. Even with all those security programs, it seems like, in my opinion, Quinn, AI is helping all those hackers, right? If they want to break in a password where they would have to take hours, the hacking can be done in 5 minutes. They can go through all the combinations or something. So business continuity means that how am I going to continue my business running if I have disruption? That was a great idea, Quinn. I appreciate your way. So when I say, Quinn, bring a picture ID, that's a way to authenticate that you are who you are. And everyone needs to bring their laptop with respondent software installed. And the reason for that, then, Max, is what? Why do you have to bring your laptop if you're going to be taking the test on the university's computers in the lab? Why do I want everyone to bring their laptop? Max. Max?
Bring our laptops.
Yeah, for what reason? You're going to be taking it in the lab. Why in the world would I ask you to carry your laptop?
I'm sure, just in case the computer doesn't work.
Exactly. And do you think, just in case the computers don't work in the lab, which is highly unlikely, in my experience using the lab, there are usually some computers that are not working. Even though they check them, right? Can you imagine? Of course they could. So for backup, business continuity, and recovery, it wouldn't be in the way that you come to the class and I say, you know what, I don't have a computer for you, Max. Sorry, but you get a 0. Because you don't have a computer to do it. This way, out of your backpack, you take your laptop and you say, well, I have it and I have respondents involved, and we'll do it as a backup source and continuity. All right? We got it, Lily? And you can study any way you want. Catherine, You can decide you can use Notebook LM. That's why I wanted also you to have done it by Monday, Finley, because this way you know exactly. You can put in all your materials. You can even put all this material in. You have all the chapter PowerPoints. Might as well put in a lot more material to help you do it. But you decide. The exam, let me go over it again with you. Max, you will be doing it on the computer, Max. You will have 2 parts to the exam. One part will be multiple choice like the quizzes, and the other part will be open-ended. There'll be up to 3 questions that I will ask you for open-ended. You have to do one part, and before you take that one part, guess what you need to do then, Ava, is you need to get out your phone and put in your Duo Mobile to get into the exam. You take that exam, it's multiple choice. It'll be about 60 questions. You can go up and down. You don't have to go, you can skip around. You can go backwards and check your work again, which I suggest you do. But once you submit, you cannot go back. You got it? Once you submit, then it is closed, that exam. Just like the quizzes, Finley, remember some of the quizzes you were able to take it twice. This multiple choice quiz, you only can take it one time. And it has to be done at one sitting. And then you have open-ended questions. You'll then take out your phone again. You'll get permission to take out your phone again. Otherwise, your phone will be collected or it will be stored away, and you'll be able to take your phone and open the open-ended questions. You'll get up to 2 or 3 questions. You will be able to see all the questions at once, and you will decide whether you want what question to do. You will finish it, and then you will submit. You have a choice which one you would try to do first. At one time, I told people take the multiple choice and then the open-ended, but some people said, you know, I'd rather do the open-ended versus the multiple choice. Your people take tests in different ways. You have a choice. And these are the concepts that will be on the multiple choice. This first part is about hardware. So we're talking about the hardware characteristics, the characteristics of hardware, that they're in the trend is to get faster, the trend is to be cheaper, the trend is to be miniaturized. You need to know about what is the CPU, what are the characteristics, what's input and output, primary and secondary storage, what is RAM, ALU, all of this, what is RAM versus what is ROM. So you need to know what RAM is, what does it stand for, and what is ROM. So in this case, Catherine, what does RAM stand for? Catherine Bremer. And if you don't know, right, Finley, what do you do? Lily, what do you do? When I'm asking Catherine, you should be doing what if you don't know what it stands for? Lily, what should you be doing?
It says random access memory.
Random access memory. And what does ROM stand for? What does ROM stand for? Calais, what does ROM stand for?
I'm looking it up.
Okay. We need to be looking it up now, not later. Max, what does ROM stand for? ROM. Just because you got called on once doesn't mean that it's time to do something else. Everybody should be looking this up, right? What does ROM stand for?
It's read-only memory.
Read-only memory. And then it becomes, what is it? What's the difference between the two, and who cares? Right? So, in memory, if I have this PDF here, right? This PDF, and I also have this notepad. When I open up this notepad, it was stored in my secondary storage. And when I open it up, applications, when I'm executing programs, it is placed in RAM rather than secondary storage. A lot of times RAM is also called primary storage. So when I'm reading my PowerPoint to you, when I'm reading my PDF to you, when I'm reading my notepad to you, that is in where, Calais? RAM, random access memory. That is fast. The reason it's from there rather than secondary storage is it's very quick. And usually what I want to do is the more RAM I have on my computer or on my phone, the more applications I can run, the quicker they go. When I talk about random access memory, if I just shut this down the notepad and don't save it, what happens to this content? Calais, did you hear my question?
Since it's not like permanent memory.
Right, it's not permanent, it will go away. Perfect. So we say that RAM, put it in your notes here, is volatile. That it will lose its contents if it is not saved to secondary storage. Now, as part of memory, there's another part of memory called read-only memory. It's smaller than random access memory, but what's stored there, what is stored in ROM is by the manufacturer. And it's a way almost a little bit like, you think about the operating system, it's a way in which to start up the computer, start up my phone, which gives instructions to the system. What's in ROM? Riley, can it be deleted? This is a question. In ROM, first of all, it's non-volatile. So that means it remains. And in ROM, it's read-only, means that the user cannot delete. And a lot of times the end user doesn't even realize what was in ROM. But RAM, they realize, because whenever I open up a program, think about opening up a program. Opening up a program means that it's taking a copy from the secondary storage and putting it into the primary storage. Is there a question? Okay. So you have here, this is on the hardware, this is on the software, right? The data versus information, trends, info, real time. We want to make quicker decisions. Security, remember we talked about exposures, threats, vulnerability, social engineering. These are all on security, that chapter. This is data governance. Remember we talked about data governance. These are all the controls: physical, communication, access, administrative, the data hierarchy, how it works, the keys, need to know controls, least privilege, big data characteristics, the data warehouse versus the data mart, non-volatile versus volatile storage, transactions, processing systems, and encryptions. So in that case, Riley, how would I study for the multiple choice? How I think you could study for the multiple choice is first go over the quizzes that you took. So you had one quiz that you took that you could do multiple times, you can do twice. You remember that, Ellie? Did you take those when you did? The question I asked for the class is, can you review those again? You were able to do it twice, and after you were able to do it twice, you weren't able to take it again. So can you see the questions from the multiple choice? Ellie? Did anybody try looking at the multiple choice questions again?
Sorry, I was in the bathroom. What was the question?
Okay. Okay, what was the question, Ellie?
If we're able to still see the quizzes after we've used both of the attempts.
Right. So what do you think, Ellie?
Sorry, I'm trying to look now, but it's not loading for some reason.
Okay. So let's have somebody else.
I think you can see your last attempts.
How?
You
Try it. Everybody try to see. Do you understand what I'm trying to do, Quinn? Everybody to do is to look at your quizzes and see the content. You see that, Calais? Did you do it? Can you see your content?
Let me look.
Right.
Let me see mine.
Colin, can you see yours? I want everybody to find it, not just look at me. Actually do it. Jordan, can you see yours?
I'm looking right now.
Right. Ryan, did you look at yours?
Yeah, it worked.
It got worked? You got to see it?
Yeah.
You can see the content?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ryan, congratulations. Share your screen then. And show everybody how to do it.
Yeah.
See why this is important, Riley? That you want to be able to review it.
Can you see my screen?
I see it, but I see you attempted it. But where is the? I see you viewed the tell. I want to see the contents.
Yeah, you just press.
What?
Press on calculated grade,
Okay.
and then it lets you go.
Okay, that's great. How'd you get to that one? Perfect. And then you see what you even got wrong, right? And then let's even look at that. So it's basically, let's look at question 1. Okay, it's an approach to managing information across an entire organization. So we got to figure out then, you can even put it in, and you put, in this case, master data management. Was that your selected answer? So we know that that isn't. So the question is, basically you have is an approach, right, to do it. Okay, and then go down further. Did you get anything else wrong? Let's see. Yeah, let's look at this one. Okay, is used to plan and control business intelligent activities. So your selected was it's a plan. So you put what? B? It's a plan, right? To and control business intelligent activities. So you'll be able to look at that. So you can review those exams. What's another? I think you can go, right? So how did you get there? How did you find it? quizzes.
And then just like click on whatever quiz.
Yeah, begin, view all attempts, and then clicked it on the calculated score. Okay,
Yeah.
great. So you already have questions that you go through, and then you can find out about the question. You can search it, and not only just get the correct answer, but try to understand what is the meaning of it. Because just Ryan, it's not going to work out well if they'll either be the same kind of questions, but there may be different wording. So you don't want to just memorize. Oh, it was C, right? 2, they'll be randomized, and 3, maybe you want to read it carefully. You know how sometimes there's questions not or putting true, so you want to be able to read through it and figure it out. So when we're asking about that, Riley, one of the first things I would do is I would go through those quizzes, and then you can even copy those questions, right, Ryan? And then you could take them into other programs, try to figure out what is actually happening there. So that's one. The other thing, thank you, Ryan, for sharing that with everybody, which is good. The other thing is, once I have the multiple choice questions, another thing that I'll be able to do is go to my PowerPoints and documents, and I would then download those documents. You could also put those documents, right? You can even put them all into Notebook LM, but I would go through that and try for explanations. The other way I would go into Wiley Reading and Adaptive. And what was that on data, knowledge, and management? So let's say here in the database approach, just picking one. Instead, let me just do this. What really works out, instead of going into this, what works out better, do this too, is go to the Wiley Plus course resources. Rather than going into the individual chapters, sometimes Wiley has issues. If I go to Wiley Plus course resources, and now let me go to chapter 5. And now what I want to do, let me even just do the database approach. Let's see if I can see it. And now I can have the database approach where it's talking about the file management environment, and then I need to know what a data file is. So it says here, Riley, a data file is a collection of logically related records. And basically, that means, have you ever used a spreadsheet? Of course you did, right, Riley? Am I correct?
Yeah.
So in that case, you can think about a data file as like a sheet in a way. And I could even have my sheet, I could have like a grade book sheet, and my grade book were logically related records. So each record or each row in a data file is like each of my students. How are you logically related? You're all in my class. That's how it's logically created over time. And basically, the example here is in a university, what they have is what they call a central database. And in a central database, what they want to do is they want to place my data together where it will minimize the following problems. Data redundancy. So in Max, what does data redundancy mean? In a database management term. What is data? And everybody think about it. What does data redundancy mean?
It's when the same data is stored in multiple places.
And why do I want to reduce that? Give me an example. Give me an example of data redundancy. Of you. Your data, right, is in a university database. So what could possibly be redundant? What could the registrar have, the School of Business, the health center, your address, right? Why have it many times in multiple locations being stored? You want a database management system to minimize that. Because then why? Because if you change your address and you have your data, your address, 30 different, or let's say 50 different times in the university, what happens when you change your address, Max? You would have to update it somebody would have to update it 50 different times. Do you know where it's stored 50 times? No. Do you want to know where it's stored? No. All you want to do is submit it to someone and say, hey, this is my new address. So we want to minimize that same data stored multiple locations, because if it had to be typed each time, possibly could be a mistake, plus it could take up room, plus it's wasted time. Data isolation, what minimizes is that we want all applications to gain access. So if your address was only being shared with the registrar, other parts of the university would not be able to have your address. For instance, the health center, or it could be the library, or it could be the School of Business, or it could be the department you're in. What department are you in studying, Max? What's your major? Accounting, right? They want to say, hey, we want to send you internship, so they want to have your address. Data inconsistency, we want to minimize. Why do we want to minimize it? It sounds right, Max, right? Because what does data inconsistency mean? In one place it has you living at 1205, and another place it says you live on 1105. We want the data to agree. In one place in the School of Business it says you have a 4.0 average, and then in the accounting department it says that you have a 3.8 average. You want it to be consistent. We want to minimize it. In a database management system, since we're reducing the data and we're putting more of the data in one location, what happens to data security, Max? It's going to be more vulnerable because it's in one place. This way, the hackers can only get one place. This way, if by accident somebody deletes it, we risk losing a lot of data at one time. Therefore, we want to maximize more data security when it's in a database management. Data integrity, we want to maximize in the way that we want to be able to rely on it, right? That I want to be relying on that data integrity, that I can rely when it says Max has a 4.0 average, that we know that we can rely on it, has integrity. And data independence means that the applications and the data are independent. It means that if they get a new registrar applications program, that they don't, the data, and they get new, they don't have to re-put the data in again. The data is separate from the application. You got it? So there's ways in which to minimize data. There's ways in which to maximize that data. You with me, Max?
Yes.
Perfect. So then they have the data hierarchy, and the data hierarchy goes from the smallest amount of data is basically on and off switches, is zeros and ones, but something that we can understand is called a byte. It's just a character. So if I look at Max, it has 3 characters. MAX. A field is basically, you know, a spreadsheet, Max, right? You're in accounting. A field is like a column. So if I had a student grade book, right, The first field could be like the C number. The second field could be last name. The third field could be first name, right? Then it could be test 1, test 2. And a record, you know, a spreadsheet, Max? A record really is like a row.
Yeah.
A row in the record. So each student in my grade book is a record. Right? Finley's a record, Lily's a record, Quinn's a record. So these make up then university databases. So this is what you can think about. And then in this case, in these two, when you read through this, this also has check your understanding. So it would be, in this case, be with me, Max, you're on a roll. What does a database represent in context of a data hierarchy? A database is the large part, right, that we talked about.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be so what I want you to do in the test is, even if you don't know the exact answers, is eliminate what is really silly, right? What you know is not the right one. A single character wouldn't be, right? A database is more than a record, I know that. So is it a logical group of characters or a logical grouping of related files? What do you think, Max? Luckily, we're not taking the test now, so even if you're wrong, it's not a big deal. But what does a database represent? So I'm saying it's either B or D. What do you think? Are you there, Max?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. You need help? You want to do a shout out for somebody? What do you think, Lily? B or D? A database.
I think it's D.
I think it's D. Because think about it, Max, it's not a logical grouping of characters, it's bigger. A logical grouping of characters could be then what? A field, right? It's going to be larger, so it's a logical group of related fields. Let me submit it, and it's correct. And then understand why it is. But I got that, so you can see that I can do that. The other part, once you go through all of these, you see that? So you need to know about, right, risk analysis, management. And so you know, in this case, Max, is all of this risk analysis management, we're talking about what? Information security. We're talking about information that we want to protect. And we know that if I have information, you know that I'm going to be vulnerable. Anything digital, I'm going to be vulnerable for. So what is there? There's going to be some risk, and this is where accounting people take over. They call it basically auditing. Of what they're going to be doing is they're going to be auditing the risk of somebody being able to penetrate my data, how to manage it, and what does mitigation mean, Max? If I say I want to mitigate what? Well, I want to mitigate what? I want to reduce it, right? I want to always reduce my risk. Can I eliminate it completely, Max? Of course not. Right? You go out tonight, right? And let's say, hey, I want to enjoy myself. Right? It was enough of that, Dr. Rush. She gave me a headache. She called on me the whole night. I need to basically take a couple of, get some air and enjoy myself. So they're basically, you know there's going to be a risk, and if you take a car, you have a car, where you basically, if you have a friend and he drives you, right, to South Beach, what is it? There's a risk that, you know, there are crazy guys out there, you know? But I'm going to take that risk, and what do you want to do? You want to mitigate it, right? I want to be able to at least go with somebody that's not drinking, and I want to mitigate it by putting on seatbelts, and I want to mitigate that the guy that's driving isn't driving like a maniac, right? And then maybe it would be good, mitigate. Let's take a car that works well, and let's maybe even take, have you ever had those cars where it can tell you, you know, stop when it's basically do preventative measures. So these are areas in which you just need to go. And then what do we have is this is the first part of the exam, right? Multiple choice. And the second part are open-ended questions. I'm giving you, Max, these open-ended questions, and you can figure it out. Some of these you can basically figure out, and some of these are about improving digital security from when we had explaining these, and also from the textbook, from the lectures, from the guest lectures. This, number 2, is talking about when we're talking about local recording, cloud recording. Remember, we did YouTube live streaming, remote. This one is, remember, we had the exercise on Zoom, the cloud-based recorder, the screen recorder that's safe to your computer, examples and how you would choose between these. The fourth one is talking about fields, records, and tables. In designing a university, which fields are essential. Number 5, look at 5. Define data governance. So I need to know what data governance is. Explain, and this is kind of like the idea of what auditing is, right? Accounting. Somebody has to take control of what data we're going to be collecting. Somebody has to take control, right, Max, of whether the data is correct. Somebody has to take control of when do we update. Somebody has to take control of what fields we're actually going to collect. And then I want you to explain how this could possibly be used in a university setting. And have you heard of authentication, Max?
Yes.
And authorization. Which one always is performed first? Illustrate the importance of how something is least privilege, authentication, and authorization. And here 6 is compare and contrast risk management and risk analysis, just like we talked about. Give examples in a university setting. And 7, did you do the notebook LM, Max?
Yes.
So basically talk about that. Recommend any fine-tuning features. Explore the potential benefits for businesses outside educational use. So you see, Riley, how I kind of show you. So one of the questions talks about least privilege. Did you see that? Kayla, did you see least privilege? What's least privilege? So what I need is everybody, right, Ellie, to figure out what does least privilege mean. There's a question there. And do you know what least privilege is? And how does it relate to us? Did we ever review least privilege in this class? So what do you think, Jordan? So the first thing we have to do is figure out what least privilege means in IT and in data and in security. So who found it? Raise your hand if you found it. Levi, did you find least privilege? You have an idea what that means?
Least privilege?
Mm-hmm. That's what we've been talking about.
Yeah. So I was looking, but I would just assume not privileged.
But it's not. What does that mean even? That ain't gonna get too many points on your exam. Right, Levi? Not privileged. It's not privileged. It says as least. So who can help me? What do you got, Finley? Least privilege. So let's look at that example. If I went to that, let me share. If I went to that example, what does it say? Define data governance. Explain how it should be implemented in a university setting. Differentiate between authentication and authorization. To illustrate its importance, provide specific examples of how least privilege, authentication, and authorization were applied in class. So I think a lot of people understand authentication and authorization, but what does least privilege mean? How is it applied in class? What the heck does it mean, right? You see this now, Levi? It's number 5. Max, you want me to call on you or somebody else? Give you a choice.
Release privilege?
Yeah. What do you think it is?
It limits access to the security practice that limits access to the minimum required to perform a task.
Read that again. Excellent, excellent what you read. Read it again. Max, read it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. A security practice that limits access to the minimum required to perform a task.
That requires minimum required to perform a task. So, what does that mean in our class? We have 2 sections in our class, right? Really? 2 instances. What are they? We have our regular class, where your role is what and what is my role? Max. That's a beautiful example. That's a great definition. Now we got to apply it to what we're doing. So we have 2 sections, right? We have a regular section, right, where you get into Zoom, right?
Yeah.
What role are you there? Student, right? What role am I?
Teacher.
It's instructor. They call it instructor. It's the role. We're just kind of, but it's the same idea. So read back that security again. That privilege.
Security practice that limits access to the minimum required to perform a task.
Yeah, your task is different in that class than mine, right? So my least privilege, am I going to have a larger role? Am I going to be able to do more activities than you are? Yeah, right? Yes, right? Am I going to be able to give grades? Can I change your grades?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you look at your grades?
Yes.
Can you change your grades?
No.
That's kind of like what accountants do too, right? Is they look for controls, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to give, right, that I can look at in the payroll program we have at the university, I can look at how much they pay me. Do you think in least privilege they're allowing me to change my salary? I think I am so underrated. I think I deserve 10 times what they're giving me, right? What I'm earning, right? And you're the CFO of the university, and you say, "Are you crazy, Dr. Rushing?" I'm giving you the least privilege to do your work, but I'm going to give you the least privilege, but you'll have more actions to be able to do to be able to change grades. Now, given that in the least privilege, can I see your other grades in your other classes, Max? No. Because what? It's the least privilege. Sometimes I use the words for everybody, Greta, need to know. You remember I used those terms? That's really least privilege. I have no business, Max, seeing your other grades in other classes. Maybe I'm curious to see, I want to see his 4.0. I want to see how he's done in other classes. But I have the least privilege to see yours, right? But in that case, you have least privilege. You have, basically, you can see all your grades in all your classes, right? We're there? Now, we have another section, right? What's our other section that we have? What did we call that?
Audit.
Audit. One was for you, Max, and you remember accounting audit, that you in that section, everybody is listed there besides me. I'm instructor still. What is everybody listed there as? What role?
Really, teaching assistant?
Teaching assistant. How can you tell? You can go into the audit area, go under in the bottom under users, right? And you can see everybody in the class is listed as teaching except me as instructor. I want you to be able to audit each other. I want you to be able to upload. I want you, in this case, Max, if you made a mistake, to delete something that you uploaded. I want you to be able to look at everyone else's material and give them feedback. I want you to be able, hey, I wasn't sure how to do that assignment, that you can look at that. So I'm giving you least privilege as being a teaching assistant so you can able to do those tasks. It makes so much sense, and that's why I'm discussing this with you, because you're my accounting major. You understand? That's what you guys stress, those controls in all organizations. There's a risk, and what are we going to do? We're going to minimize, we're going to mitigate those risks, and we're always going to do an analysis, right? Cost benefit. I have PowerPoints in my Blackboard. I think we should, what is the risk? What is going to be the effect of somebody stealing my PowerPoints, Max? Very little. What do I care?
Yeah.
What do you care? So we should spend the least amount of controls and money, in my opinion, protecting those PowerPoints. But if I have credit cards of all of us on file, you best believe we should be spending money to protect that asset. Anybody been in the health center here? Those are valuable for us, that also the university can get basically fined for basically sharing health information. They can be out of business if they're negligent. Same thing with the credit cards, right? And you'll see that, basically what you can do, go to the dark web, and you can find maybe a lot of our data, our passwords or things like that, right? That guy from the security, Mauricio, was telling us all the horror stories that he's scared of. Does that make sense? So those are the areas in which you can think about it. I use the word need to know, but really in terms of security, that's your role, Max, to be auditing all these people and say everybody shouldn't get full access, and it should be least privilege in order to do their job. My job is to teach, to instruct, and my job is to give you grades whether I want to or not. I have to assess your work, right, Max? In order to that, you have to give me access to their grades. And you have to, in order to do well in this class and to do it, you have the right to see your own grades. And if that's your least privilege. And you have to have rights in order and where you can submit your work, right? Or to take your quizzes. Makes sense?
Yeah.
So Riley, what you need to do then is, that's a part, do two parts. Look at the multiple choice. You know what types of topics there are. You already know examples from the multiple choice questions. Ryan showed us how to look at the questions, right, Ryan? So you can look at those. You can look at the adaptive questions. You can look at the questions. You can put them into, right, Finley, into Notebook LM. Get a podcast, get a summaries, get whatever. You can even add in Notebook LM in the middle, you can even ask questions that you're not sure about. I'm not sure about that least privilege. Give me an example, right? And let's use what we did. Do you understand? That's the great thing. Might as well, rather than it just sit there in Notebook LM, let's use it. And the open-ended questions, Max, is what? You know what they're going to be. The only difference is that you know then on the test it'll be closed. They'll have to come from your mind. Not a big asking. And then we can move on, Max, and do some. I don't want to spend a lot of. That's why when people are saying I don't want to spend a lot of time, people say, "Oh, I'm scared. I'm this. I'm that." Let's focus, and that's it, and move on. But we can do already on after the exam. We can already. You remember I talked about. Do you guys remember 1-800-CHAT-GPT? Who remembers that? We talked about it. Quinn, do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
What is it? What is 1-800-CHAT-GPT?
So you just call.
Call what number?
1-800-CHAT-GPT.
Okay, and you can put it in a mobile phone, and even you can put in the letters, right? The area code you put in digits, and the ChatGPT, all mobile phones then will convert even those letters to my keypad with the number. And what do? I'm able, instead of just getting it on as in text, I can call a number, and I can even go call any. I don't even need to have a smartphone. I can call it and talk to it with ChatGPT. What I want to do, Max, is after the exam on Wednesday, is go to a program called V for Voice API .ai, and let's create then our own chatbot and create our own phone number. You got that, Quinn? So let's say we'll try to get a vanity number, maybe, I don't know. Let's say run Gen AI Fin or something, They'll give us a free number. We can create a chatbot. They have kind of chatbots. We can say whether we want male or female, what kind of voice they have. Put in some documents. And then each of us have our own chatbot, our own phone number. And then we'll use it for our projects. You understand that, Max? So then if we go accounting or finance or something like that, we're consultants, they can call us. And instead of you, Max, having to answer the call, let your chatbot, you'll fill it in, let somebody talk to them. And then later on, if they want to make an appointment with you, they can make an appointment. I want to see Max, the head Gen AI accountant. How does that sound? And I want to be able to use it, so we'll be able to. Doesn't that sound? So I want to get the exam out of the way, and then spend time on things like that. That we have it, and then we'll see where's the state of the art, and it keeps on moving so quickly. When we're talking about beta, Greta, right? And they keep on improving. So this company will do this. We'll see what are the issues here. But how fabulous is that? That already be talking, and we'll be training it. And we'll even have a phone number. Here we have the Notebook LM, we have the others, we have the Zoom. And then we'll have that, and we'll see what the state of the art is. And where I see the humans coming in is basically figuring out what is useful and seeing what are the disadvantages. Where is it not working? Where does it not fit in, or seeing how it's adjusted. I just read it. I just discussed some things with startups, and it used to be in AI. The startups, what did they always want? They wanted a lot of investors, and they wanted a lot of money, right? That was kind of like the key. And now these startups, that are doing AI, they're using AI to help in the startup, do the coding, do the market plans. So Max, let's say you were going to be the CEO, or they hired you as the CFO. They say, hey, we don't need even that big of a group now. Because what? Each person, Max, that you hire basically can do 2 or 3 times like one person, because they're using AI to help them. So a lot of these young AI companies say, you know what? We don't need so much money, and we don't need so many investors. And why do they say that? I don't want to give up so much of my company. right? Because when you have all those investors, the problem is you have to give up a lot of money. And if you have all those investors, what's the problem? Is they're going to be over my shoulder telling me what to do, and maybe we can do it quicker and faster with less. So it's kind of like flipping that. All those investors, and some of those investors say, hey, we want in, because we know anything that's kind of we know of these folks doing AI stuff, they're getting really up there. Then later on you can see what is working, what is not working, what brings in revenue. So a lot of this thing they're having is, once they give us like that model where they'll limit us in the number of calls we can do, or this company allows us to do 10 phone numbers, you know what I mean? So maybe later on we want to do more of a call. Once it's there, then Max, you can say, okay, now we'll pay for this, right? Because we want it to be more sophisticated, we need more help. Yeah. But we at least can see what it does and imagine to ourselves. And then you can be a consultant, Max, and say, hey, you want a phone number, you want your own bot, I'll get it for you. And I'll create it. And then you can even do the text, how you want the text, how you want it to speak. Here we are, FinGen AI. How can we help you? Where can we make an appointment? Where can we give you tech advice? Okay? Okay. That's it. I went longer, but I think it helped. Yes, no? Okay, let's do, come in. Hold on. So let me do share attendance. But I think in my opinion, humble opinion, I think it was useful. You know what I mean? But I'm not you guys. You know what I mean? For me, I thought it was useful. Attendance. And especially thank you to Max. You were there. Okay, 3686. And Greta, can you be so kind and put it in the chat, 3686?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And once it's there, everybody can, I'll see you Monday. Hopefully everybody will recover. Frank, you want to stay with me? Or?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Frank, why don't you stay? We'll see what's going on with you.
My quickly attendance isn't loaded.
Your what? Hold on a second.
My attendance isn't loaded, so it's not what I need.
Okay. Did you try Chrome?
Yeah, I'm on Chrome right now.
Yeah, let me see.
My computer's just really slow.
Okay. Riley, did you log in already? You got your attendance, Riley?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so let me just put you in. Hold on a second. Let me go. You see this, Brian? What does it say?
Records.
Rose, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
So, Brian, thanks a lot for sharing. Did this help?
Yeah, and then I was also wondering, for my notebook LM assignment, I did it and I thought I had uploaded it to the audit page, but I was looking today and I don't see it there.
So put it again.
Yeah, I deleted the file, so I just redid the whole thing.
Yeah. So did you put it back up, or you haven't yet?
I was just waiting to ask.
Yeah, you have to put it back up. Yeah,
Okay,
do it tonight. Okay. That's why you want to check. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you want to get it. What?
I don't know what happened.
I don't know. Stuff happens. But you know what? Now that you know how to do it, it shouldn't take that long.
Yeah.
It's just how long they process the podcast. But just as soon as they do the podcast, then join in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Let me stop recording, okay? Need to know. Are you sure you want to stop? Yes. Okay. So how can I help you? Did that help, Riley?
Yeah, it did. I'm just like, I'm trying to crank this out, and I want to study as much as I was planning to. I just don't know.
But the beauty is that you have tools to help you.
Yeah. I'm just.
So that's it. So I don't see.
On Monday.
What?
It's on Monday.
Yeah.
Wait, what time? Sorry, I forgot.
What time is the class?
Oh, it's at night?
What time is the class?
This class?
Yeah, that's when it is.
6:30.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I should be fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's when. Hopefully, you're going to the class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's the time when you have the class. That's when the exam is.
Yeah, because my paper is due in the morning, and I thought it was due at night.
Okay, so that's out of the way. So you have it, but I wouldn't wait till that last day. Get all the other stuff, and then you can concentrate the rest of the day after you get your paper. Okay.
All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
now you know where it is, and you have to look to see where it is. It's in the School of Business. It's not online. It's in person. Right? Okay. So we'll see each other in person. Right. Okay? Right.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
When's the test?
Oh no.
That was the question. What time? Is it on Monday? What time?
Horrible.
I mean, what do I say?